there, good morning. Welcome along to Tuesday's action here live from the MODUS Super Series. And we're going to start today's show by just giving you a quick reminder of what happened yesterday. Here's Henry Deacon to explain what did happen yesterday.
Big H is looking for a big day on day 2 here at the Super Series. He made his debut in this competition yesterday, but picking up 2 points. As for Robert Rickwood, he recovered from a slow start to pick up 2 wins from 5. This 140 came in his first game of the day against Gary Stone. As for Martin Adams, he may feel disappointed to only picked up 4 points. He had opportunity to pick up more, but 2 wins from his opening day very much puts Wolfie in the mix. As for the Shewan, a day that was a bit of a mixed bag if the truth was told. He did have some highlight moments though, like this 130 against Andy Bolton. As for Bolton, he averaged underneath the 90 mark just once throughout the course of the day. He'll perhaps feel unlucky that he's only picked up 6 points. But the man of the day yesterday was Gary Stone. 5 wins from 5, a 5-star day for the Granite Scot.
There really was indeed Granite Gary Stone yesterday, as Henry said. That Glenn Durrant was in commentary with me yesterday, joining me to discuss and analyse all of the action. And let's start with the man at the top of the table, because I know that you admired that performance yesterday.
Yeah, I thought Gary Stone was absolutely terrific. I mean, I know how good of a player Gary Stone is, and to see people like him get the opportunity here and produce the goods, yeah, I was very, very proud of him, and a deserved 5 out of 5.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at that table to see exactly where things lie. Now, Andy Bolton, before the day, was favourite to win the group. 3 wins from 5, a good return, still possible, but has it just changed your mind about who is the front runner for this group?
Yeah, I'm not one to ever change my mind. I still think Andy Bolton's still the man to be, but Gary Stone, really interesting first game for Gary Stone, because I did see some nerves in his final game with Martin Adams, and maybe the occasion was just beginning to see signs, but he got over the line. Andy Bolton just lacked a little bit of consistency, a very lackadaisical performance in his last game, but at times was absolutely terrific.
Who's going to be happy and who's not going to be so happy after yesterday's performance?
I think only Martin Adams, really. I think Lee Shewan will be disappointed. He was 2 out of 2 and then losing the final 3. That's the worst I've seen Martin Adams play for a long time, and you don't often see him play like that 2 days in a row. Harry Ward at the bottom, I think he'll be fine. I think he got better as the day went on, and I think he'll be using the 3 days now for match practice, and you could still see him on Saturday night, Harry Ward, because he's a terrific talent, so still all to play for.
Let's reflect on that opening day with a little deeper dig into the numbers, the statistics from yesterday. 90 legs played. The key stat there, 46 180s, just 7 shy of a record.
It was the best session I've been involved in as a commentator. I just thought the pace of the games, the camaraderie, I thought everyone was magnanimous in defeat. It was just that there's a good feeling downstairs with the guys. Some, you know, people like Martin Adams in there as well. It was just a great day of darts.
And interestingly as well, highest checkout and best leg, both Robert Rickwood. What does that tell you about him?
That he has gears and he'll have to work on his consistency and his belief. You know, it's when you come up against him and he's doing 11 darters as an opponent, you feel, why are you doing that against me? So Robert will just need to know that his A game is there, and you just have to find it more and more. You know, repetition is key.
Let's have a look at the betting now in this group. As we said, coming into yesterday, Andy Bolton was the favourite with the bookies. Gary Stone, unsurprisingly, now odds on.
Yeah, I mean, the two of them, the top 2 had 5 of the top 5 averages, and not just the top 5 averages, but seriously good 100 averages, 98, 97. They've been the 2 quality there, so I think the bookies, once again, have got it absolutely right there. It's looking like a 2-horse race.
Yeah, if you are having a punt, of course, gamble responsibly. 18+, begambleaware.org. And Glenn, you've given us your selections as well. We'll take a look at what Duzza thinks with his little tips for today.
Yeah, it's no surprise. That's heavily weighted on Gary Stone there. He's, you know, he was fantastic. I think Harry Ward is sort of going to struggle with, you know, the -1.5 handicap there, and it's good value, 10 to 1 there, and in the mix, the most 180s, Andy Bolton there against Harry Ward.
First match about to get underway. Martin Adams and Gary Stone just finishing their practice starts behind us. Is it already an enormous match for Wolfie, this one?
It's a huge match, and I'm looking forward to seeing Martin, because I don't think he'll play like yesterday. It'd be no surprise to see the real Wolfie today and give Gary Stone a tremendous contest.
Think he can do it again, go through the card?
No, I don't. I don't think he'll go through the card. The quality's just too good. Gary Stone was absolutely amazing yesterday, but that is a quality field, and I still think it's all to play for.
Right, well, let's let the darts do the talking. Glenn is going to head down into commentary, where waiting is Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It's day 2 here in week 4 of Series 3. And, well, we are going to see the Stones throw again. Gary Stone, who won all 5 of his matches yesterday and was in imperious form in doing exactly that, takes on Martin Wolfie. Now, in the meeting between the pair yesterday, Gary Stone raced into a 3-1 lead against the 3-time world champion before Adams then came back to 3 apiece. We went all the way to a deciding leg where Gary Stone kept his 5 out of 5. Undefeated perfect record in this group. And will it be repeat or revenge here? So this is the first of 15 games we're going to be bringing to you on this Tuesday's Tungsten Bonanza. As Paul Hinks gets us underway. There's Wolfie, who is going to throw the first darts of the day on what we like to call moving day here at the Super Series. Glenn Dowen is alongside me in the commentary box for all the action. Morning, Glenn.
Good morning, Henry. And I don't expect Martin Adams to play like he did yesterday. And Gary Stone, I don't expect him to win 5 out of 5. So that's the 2 things I've sort of assessed from there. Martin Adams doesn't normally have 2 bad days running. But he's also a very, very slow starter in this MODUS Super Series. So sit back, enjoy, and let's see what unfolds.
41.
Should be dramatic. It should be fun. A reminder, you can get in contact with us at the Super Series by Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. We
45.
are at MSS Darts. You can also subscribe to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, because we're on top of the live content that we're bringing to you right now. We've also got highlights, bonus content, game of the day, and other such mechanisms.
100.
Yeah, I just saw something in Gary Stone yesterday when he got 4 out of 4. Just a little bit of nerves creeping in. And you know what? A good thing could be a defeat.
100.
It might just actually settle him down, which is a crazy thing to say. But I just think the more he goes 6 wins out of 6, 7 out of 7, that might just prey on his mind a little bit. But I was super proud of Gary Stone yesterday, because he is a fabulous, fabulous amateur
140.
player. And that's what this MODUS Super Series is about, giving people opportunities like this guy who can absolutely go crazy on the dartboard like he's doing right now.
180.
Well, we saw 46 of them yesterday. That's the first of today.
That's his 13th. I mean, he topped the charts for the 180s yesterday. As Adams looks at the 161. He'd be disappointed there. We'll go back to the treble 20. Very traditional player when you sit and watch Martin. I might have stood behind him many times. But when you're so up close and personal in this box, you start sort of saying, what a dart that is on 76. And all of a sudden, he will be feeling absolutely fantastic. Because what Gary Stone has now, Henry, is expectation. People will be looking at them scores yesterday, and all of a sudden, he's the big favourite with the bookies now. Odds on to win the group. And that brings other sort of challenges there for him. But that's 76. What a feeling that is to do that in 2 darts.
We've suddenly become the man that everybody wants to beat in the group, whereas on day 1, everyone kind of goes into that expectation of, if I can win more than I lose. There's no personal vendettas, so to speak, on day 1. But when we get to day 2, and they know there's someone at the top of the table, like Gary Stone, who's on 10 points, he's the one everybody wants to beat.
Yeah, and everybody's 100. A Wolfie fan in the players area right now, because if Gary wins this one here, there's the possibility then he starts running away with the competition. And like I said, when you're a free-flowing player like Gary is, Gary's a bit of a thinker. He sort of shows you his emotions, how he's feeling. But I thought yesterday it was one of the best days for Gary Stone. And like I said, it's very tough to replicate, though, because this is such a difficult group, Henry.
140.
I still think to go 5 out of 5 again today would be a very, very tough ask. But he started off very nicely.
He's in the type of position where even a 3 out of 5 day would
100.
be a good enough position on 16 points. Now, usually the mark that showcases group success in Group A is around about 20. Sometimes it could be more if there's a player down the bottom end of the table that struggles or is a dominant force at the
81.
top. But if we mean it all together, it's between 20 and 22 points, maybe a little bit more on occasions.
Yeah, the only thing with 3 out of 5 today is the possibility of Andy Bolton winning
100.
5 out of 5. But Andy Bolton was showing signs of sort of discomfort yesterday with his shoulder. So that could be interesting because it's tough, this MODUS Super Series. You know, it's very early in the morning. It's, you know, it's a long 5 or 6 hours. And Wolfie will be thinking right at this moment, everything's against him.
80.
He was really dropping into
Gary
the 5s and 1s,
120.
Henry, yesterday. And that was something of a concern that I hadn't seen. Stone looks at Shanghai. So this time all he can do is set it up. And he'll look at the 16s now because a treble
56.
16 there would have left the
Martin
double.
Yukar, 100.
But this is what Adams is all about. And the 100, it's all about this first dart. Now, he's not someone who's a double-double type of player. And he'll probably try to just drop that above the treble. I think many of the
60.
modern players now, Henry, would have
Gary
possibly,
O'Connor,
especially the way
64.
that first dart was lying, have gone tops. So after that fantastic 76 finish, these are the types of finishing. It's tops for Stone.
44.
And that was a
Martin
well-thrown
O'Connor,
dart, hence the
40.
reason he just stood. I think when he let go of that dart, Henry, he probably thought that was going very, very close. And Adams for tops. Not his favourite dart at tops. He's definitely a 16s man. He did it double 10 a few times
Game
yesterday.
show in the second leg.
Continues that
Adams.
trend this morning. It's all to play for now.
Levels you Devils, one apiece. There's hardly anything to separate them in the opening salvos of this one. Wolfie winning his leg in 17.
Martin to
Stone
throw
doing so
first.
with a
Game
improved
on.
14 in the first leg, but in that opening leg, Wolfie may have felt as if he should have carved out a couple more chances for himself.
Yeah, they've only met on TV once, going all the way back to 2012 at
55.
the Lakeside in the last 16 after Gary Stone had beat Ron Moulenkamp in the last 32. And he came up against Martin Adams, but Martin at Lakeside's a
58.
different animal. And it was Martin that ran away with a 4-0 victory. But it was Christian Kist who was the 2012 World Champion. And I was trying to find out who knocked out Martin Adams after beating Stone. It was Tony O'Shea.
He didn't just knock out Wolfie, he
41.
did a bit of a job. And this was Wolfie at the time, who was the two-time reigning back-to-back champion, having just won his 3rd World Championship the year before. He was the dominant force of the BDO at that point in time.
83.
That would probably be the one maybe for O'Shea that he may have felt out of the Lakeside finals was probably the one that got away. And I mean that with no disrespect to Christian Kist or anybody else.
I actually sort of, I didn't interview
140.
Tony, but I spoke to him. But he said his one regret is the year he could have played Andy Fordham, his great friend, and he lost in the semi-final to Merv King. He said
58.
that's the one that got away. Not the fact that he hadn't have won that year, but the fact to play Andy Fordham in a final at Lakeside, that's the one game that sort of hurts more than anything. So, but I think he appreciates the 2012 year was probably the year he was the best player
31.
in the field. But yeah, it goes back to when he lost to Merv King in the semis is the one game he'd love to replay.
I'm sure if Tony O'Shea is tuning in this morning, he's absolutely loving the fact we're having this conversation. If you are tuning in, Tony,
134.
great to have you with us, mate. Always good company is the silverback. You can whirl away many an hour in his company, although most of the conversation should be left
100.
unbroadcastable, probably for the best.
Already people are contacting me on Twitter, which will definitely get to you very, very soon at Dozer180 MSS Darts.
128. Matthew Carr, 134.
It's great when I'm working with Henry to just have some discussion, all things darts, as Adams looks for 134. Yeah, in a very traditional way. So many players now are going the treble 18 route, even treble 17 route, but Martin would be treble 20 all the way. And Gary Stone,
44.
who's just doing a very,
Gary
very
O'Connor,
solid job
40.
here. That's a great marker. Surely you're just aiming at them two
Being shot on the third
levels of
leg.
tungsten
Gary
there.
Stone.
And when it's your day, it's your day. And when it goes in last start, it just feels a little bit extra special. And what also feels extra special is that is a breaker throw, that Henry, and it's all of a sudden advantage
Well,
Stone.
Gary to throw first. Game on.
Just had something that's come to me that's made me tickle a little bit.
96.
So I've got big feet. I'll move.
I remember last time Gary Stone was here and I was sat in the commentary box with Matthew Edgar.
What, and that tickled you?
Not Matt.
82.
But I remember him. I remember him talking about Gary Stone's darts and how they look like an onion. The barrels look like an onion.
58.
Well, I was just looking at myself because I've been using the Target Dimitri van den Berg dart, and that has like a little bulbous bit at the bottom of the dart. But yeah, it's very exaggerated as the one in Gary, but certainly it suits him. Just the way the darts are sitting, the way he's playing.
63.
It's really important to have the right sort of tungsten in your hands there. But yeah, they do bulge out there, very bulbous.
81.
When you look at the way Gary grips the dart and then you look at the shape of the barrel, is that designed in a way that it gives him a firmer grip of the dart?
I think so, yeah. Like I said, I've been trying this new Dimitri van den Berg dart, and just to see, what it's like to be holding the sort of the fatter part of the dart.
45.
And grip is so important, but it's very, very difficult to teach grip. In fact, I don't think you really should teach anyone grip apart from, the different sides.
140.
My dad always said, pick up a pen, and that's the way you throw your dart. Expected a little bit more from Wolfie, but he's very traditionally a slow starter of the day, isn't he?
100. Gary O'Carr 126.
I think Gary Stone, if he gets through this game, will be free. And that's very sensible what he's doing there. And that's all because of what Martin Adams is on right now. Because as many dart fans will know, 126 traditionally would be the treble 19 start.
Stone with the luxury of time. Tops will give him a 3-1 lead and it will put him one away from a darting dozen.
100. Gary O'Carr 40.
It just puts the pressure on the chasing pack if this double 10 goes in.
Game shot on the fourth
And he's
leg.
doing
Gary Stone.
absolutely everything right. And if someone said on Monday morning, because when I saw this group, I thought, wow, that is definitely the best group I've been involved as a commentator. It's going to be really, really close.
This
Nobody's going to run away and win
Game on.
10 out of 10 after 2 days. But Gary Stone right now has been absolutely magnificent. He's just doing the right thing. I did see some nerves at the end of yesterday in this game with Adams, but to get the double over the great man who's in your picture right now would be such a boost as Gary then continues. And what I would say to him is one game at a time. And I did mention Alan Kerr, yesterday's best friend and sponsor.
140.
Just to tell him, just to keep his emotions to himself. He doesn't need to give anybody anything. He's just doing everything right. Because and what people are seeing now is the Gary Stone, certainly that I knew about, and so many of the WDF and BDO players known about. Gary Stone is good enough to be a professional dart player.
Well, we like to call these games 4-pointers because this was the last game of yesterday, the first game of today. So if someone can win both of those fixtures, you already give yourself a 4-point advantage over anybody else before anyone else plays again. And in Gary Stone's case, he'll open up a 6-point lead over Andy Bolton before he even gets to the hockey against Robert Rickwood in our next match.
Yeah, he went ballistic very early yesterday, Gary. He sort of laid down his marker very early with darts like this.
140. Martin O'Carr 81.
And once again, Martin won't faff around too much. It'll be treble 19, double 12 will be his target. And you'll see him go very close to the treble 12 here. And it's bullseye for Adams. That's exactly what the legend is all about. As Paulings just confirms that is in the bullseye. And just when we're beginning to write him off, and that's when I say how magnanimous the sportsmanship between these six has been absolutely fantastic. And, I've been through here twice, and
first game on.
they certainly ripped me apart this morning as I walked through with me coffee.
Isn't that just a normal day?
140.
It seems to be as a commentator. I did the walk of shame at the Pro Tour last week when I signed in and walked through. Trust me that the first person I saw was Chris Dovey, and I was even getting ripped to shreds from Alan Souter about what I was wearing.
125.
So I'm learning as this commentator that if people have the opportunity to have a go at you, as we see the side on. Can you see the front elevation there, Henry?
81.
So it's as if where his trousers stayed the same and then his body just leans over forward, whereas Martin's the opposite, very upright. And honestly, I can tell you that that throw is barely changed in 20, 30 years. And that's what gives you the longevity in this game.
100.
The James Wade throw. If you look at him in the early 90s, it's hardly any different. Whereas Gary's just moving it over as if he's trying to reach on that board.
100.
It works very nicely. It's all about balance, your throw. If I went up to Martin on that picture there, Henry, and pushed him, just watch his nose there. Does it stay in situ? Nice and balanced.
41.
I was with Chris Mason in the commentary box last week, and we were discussing how the players with the best longevity, by and large, are those with the smoothest and simplest of actions to
140.
recreate the best ones for the muscle memory.
Absolutely. You might say Martin sort of go for the bullseye in the last dart, but Gary Stone, once again, 12 darts on your throw to leave tops. This is a great start for the Scot.
90.
After 12 darts,
40.
finds himself on top to make it 6 out of 6.
30.
But it's not going to be this time, and so can Adams find a Hail Mary 145 to stay alive, to send us all the way to a deciding leg. Well, he won't do so from here.
You can see him muttering away there.
36. Garioka,
And that's
10.
music to Gary Stone's ear now. And I think he's made his decision to go straight for double five. That's the perfect marker.
No score.
And he'd be disappointed with that because he gave himself
109.
a real opportunity there. Now, Martin will be so frustrated at that last score of 36 because, albeit 109's a nice finish, it certainly isn't now. And you can see the utter disgust and frustration from the great man. Gary Stone will be thinking, you know, people are getting opportunities against me, but they're not taking it. Is it my week?
77. Garioka,
Is
10.
the name on pot, lad, as they would say. The name on the pot in this match. One darter, double two,
shot
and it
on the
sneaks in the
mark, Gary
corner,
Stone.
and it is 6 of the best for Gary Stone. He moves on to 12 points, the darty dozen for Gary Stone. He's at 6 points in front of the rest of the field here in Group A. He gets the better of Martin Adams by 4 legs to 2. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's Andy Bolton against Robert Rickwood.
And so, after top of the table, Gary Stone continued his perfect record by beating Martin Adams in today's opener. Game 2 sees second place Andy Bolton face off with Robert Rickwood, who prevented X Factor from winning 4 of his 5 matches yesterday by beating him 4-1 in the pair's final fixture on day 1. Can Bolton get the beating of the Rock today? Can he get his revenge over Rickwood? Let's find out in the company of Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, it was Bolton the Wanderer when he played Robert Rickwood late. Yes, it was a very lackadaisical performance. And then you can see, I did chat with him yesterday, the concerns, and he's just doing a very Dirk van Duijvenbode and just sort of relaxing them shoulders as much as he can. But Gary Stone certainly did his job. And all the pressure in the world is now on this man here, because Andy very openly admitted to me yesterday he'd love to top Group A because the 2 days off would benefit him rather than 5 days on the spin. Whereas this guy, you're not really sure what you're going to get with him. 140 finishes, 11 darters, but he was very consistently inconsistent, or inconsistently consistent, however you want to get it there. But he has got the game, and he's a match for anybody. But he's also got a B game, which is probably not good enough against Andy Bolton.
First leg is Andy to through first.
All to play for.
Game on.
But Andy needs to do a job right now, Henry. Otherwise, Gary Stone is looking at a big, big lead.
Most certainly, and especially when you consider Gary Stone's next game is against Harry Ward, and then he'd have the opportunity to open up a 8-point gap at the top of the table. And this is why we call Tuesday Moving Day, because the first couple of round of fixtures can stem the tide, swing the
40.
Momentum one way or t'other. Yeah, if there's one thing about Gary Stone and Andy Bolton, phenomenal averages yesterday. Gary Stone 100.33, 97.66, whereas Andy Bolton's 3 wins, 98,
59.
96 and 96, you know. So the A games were there, but wasn't very many. Well, there was the highest finish between them is 87. So if they can maybe just sort of tidy up on some of the bigger finishes.
140.
Whereas this guy's very, very intriguing. You're not really sure what you're going to get. So my advice to Andy Bolton, not that he needs it, is just focus on your own game, because Robert could be all over. He could be hitting the 180s,
100.
complemented with a 26. Another bulbous barrel. You can see the sort of the dart gets
100.
fatter as it goes to the point there.
Very much an old school style dart that Robert Rickwood uses.
99.
He started playing Robert at the age of 7. His favourite match was against Gary Anderson at the UK Open. Made him Gary Anderson his favourite player, but he said John Law
131.
has always been his favourite player. As Bolton looks at this 1-2-4, only one treble needed here, so treble 18. That does leave the bullseye for Bolton. Bullseye it is. What a fabulous start, and there's the little wiggle. Fantastic player, Henry, as Andy Bolton just lost his tour card. I think he's,
Second leg, Robert to throw
for
first.
me, was the hardest working player in lockdown. He played competition after competition. I just think when he got back to try and defend money in that second year, a mixture of just bad
60.
luck and just didn't save enough at the end. But he played in the Pro Tour last week and beat Premier League player in Chris Dovey. So his game is very, very red hot at the moment.
140.
And we might see that juicy wiggle for the rest of the day, but just keep an eye on them shoulders that he's doing there. It's my only concern for the guy I've tipped to win week 4 here at the MODUS Super Series.
And playing like this, even the way Gary Stone's playing, he's going to take some stopping.
Yeah, it's sort of out of his hands. That
59.
might mean Andy will just relax a little bit now. But that's going to be a barnstormer of a game when them two play each other later on today. So a fabulous day of darts. So please contact us on social media.
140.
The day's always better. We can get some conversation going. At Does a 180 at MSS Darts. And even better if you could come and join us on Saturday night.
98.
It is a great week this week, and now got the earliest start at 7:30 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and tickets are absolutely free. Just go to dartshop.tv Get your tickets and come and enjoy a fantastic
85.
night of darts. It's a great week this week of darts with the UK Open, Henry.
Always look forward to that. Always one of the great events of the year. Now, a lot of our team are going to be
100. Robert, your car,
down there.
116.
Forward to that. We'll hold fort here in the comms box. So when you're done at Minehead, you can tune in to us in the evenings. But yeah, Saturday night is going to be
Under your
some
car,
occasion, and it was
104.
rammed up there on Saturday evening, may I say.
On the balcony.
There's about 30 people up there on Saturday. When you consider when we usually sit there with Bolton here, goes to double 12 for 104 and goes
Robert, your
just
car,
wide of the
60.
intended target as Rickwood comes back for 60.
Yeah, this is the area Rickwood can really improve, because if these combination finishes start going in, he's a very, very dangerous.
20. Under your car, 24.
And things just seem to be going right for Bolton and Gary Stone. Players are getting opportunities against the
Game shot on
two
the second leg.
farm
Andy Bolton.
horses. The bookies' favourites. And it's just when you get them opportunities, Henry, as you know more than anybody in this MODUS Super Series, you have to take them. Hence the wry smile there
Third
from
leg, Andy
Robert
to throw
Rickwood.
first. Game on.
He knows if you got two darts, add a double against this man. But look at the grit there. Look at the determination in that face for all you people who are out there practicing darts right now or going to have a game tonight.
140.
Talent is just half the battle. If you get the mixture of work ethic and determination and the real desire to win,
85.
just watch the focus here in the eyes. It's what we call the reset. He's not going to throw that until he's ready. And watch the determination in the throw. One of the things I would say about Andy's throw that I don't promote is the way, how high his elbow is
96.
and how the flight is over his eyes. As you can see with Robert there, it's below his eye line there, so you can see that treble 20s he's throwing the dart. But watch Andy's next. As Robert Rickwood looks at a max.
180.
Fantastic darts from the man from Burnley. Well, compared to, you see how the height of that flight is actually going over the eye line. Sometimes when you're left or right eye dominant, it's not so, and it works fantastically well for
94.
Andy.
And is that why sometimes when we see the dart flow through the air, sometimes it can just dip a little bit below because there's a lot of elevation, a lot of...
80.
It's almost like throwing a straw to a certain extent.
And that's why what we call the pullback there is so important. And the follow through. Can you see the way that arm goes all the way? Whereas see them fingers point to the floor at the end. That's when you know.
55.
That's when you know
Robert,
the
your car,
process is complete.
156.
And when you leave your fingers in the air, that's just when you're thrown with nerves, with tension, and with fear. Oh, that wasn't far away, that.
40.
So 116 for 3-0 lead,
Andy
averaging
116.
a tick under 97 here is Andy Bolton. 2 out of 3 on the doubles thus far. This has been a real good performance to start the day. This has kind of been what Andy Bolton's been doing all week. He isn't going to take the 116 out this time, and Rickwood is set poised on that same checkout to obtain the break back and to bring this
100.
game
Robert, your car,
back on throw.
116.
This time, you might see him go downstairs on so many players are. And you'll stay there in the fat 19. Oof, criminal. Criminal with Andy Bolton on
76.
16 there.
Andy, your car, 16.
And sometimes you can already be thinking of the double top and forget the importance, but it's double 8 for Bolton. He keeps getting these opportunities and usually he takes them. He widens the bed by moving across. Does it again. Big dart in this contest.
No score. Robert, your car, 40.
Huge moments in this contest and maybe in this group. That's awkward. He may have just a little portion to the right to
20.
see, and he couldn't see that as it drifts just below. And so Bolton is back for double 8. It's a reprieve and a chance he probably didn't expect.
Well thrown dart, and you can see just all you want to hear at that point is that dulcet tone of Paul Hinks. But it's not the case. You know, he's moving on a different angle here. He's tightening the angle. So he's looking at the bottom of the
8.
bed.
Robert, your car, 20.
He's sort of looking at double 11. And you just wanted to sink in there, but I can't see Rickwood missing
Game
this.
shot on the third leg. Robert Rickwood.
Very scrappy game.
That's
It's Robert Rickwood who takes it. And there's the banter between them, Henry.
Well, that was 6 starts, missed at double for Andy Bolton in that previous leg.
Fourth leg, Robert to throw
How
first.
key are
Game
they
on.
going to be in the final knockings, in the final analysis, when the pictures will be
45.
painted and the points will be dished out?
He's won Henry. He wanted 116. He hit the sweetest treble 19. He throws 2 darts at 20,
100.
blocks the bed, and then tries to throw over it. Use that treble 19, Robert.
$80.
And that's a real savoury of a last dart. Andy Bolton. That's the perfect dart for him. Fully expect a ton from here. He'd be disappointed if he doesn't get a treble.
100.
And what a lovely dart that last one was. Nice, solid 100. Great start there from Bolton. But it's Rickwood, who has these gears, Henry, who has the potential to have that scrappy 45 and then follow it with a 180.
100.
As shown in diagram B.
He's one of those players that is so dangerous because you just do not know what you are going to get from him. He could at one
100.
moment blitz you away with a ton-topping average, but at the next moment, he could find himself languishing down and around the 70s. But when Robert Rickwood hits the straps, hits hot gear, find his
100.
best, he is a match for absolutely anyone and everyone in this particular competition.
And who did he save his best for yesterday?
139. Robert Yokar, 96.
And you talked about the 4-pointer here. I mean, Robert won the game yesterday. It would be a big knock. And it's double 18 for what's been a good leg of darts. There's his marker.
60.
And I
Andy
just think
O'Connor,
that sums up the
62.
game so far. The missed doubles from Rickwood, the missed opportunities. And these are the types of finishes where his likelihood is going to get 2 darts at a double.
Game shot on the fourth
For all
leg.
them missed
Andy
darts at the
Bolton.
previous game, you think, why does that go in after 1 dart? But that's the beauty of darts. That's why we love the game. And Andy Bolton is feeling good at 3-1 and with his darts, because the important thing is
Fifth
now
leg,
Robert
Andy to throw
Rickwood
first.
needs
Game
to break
on.
Andy Bolton twice if he wants to win this game.
Well, the last couple of legs has been all about
96.
missed opportunities coming and going. Rickwood with the 2 at double 18 in the previous leg. Bolton missing 6 in the leg before, though really that last leg's cancelled that out from the X Factor's perspective. But you always knew Rickwood was going to find a charge.
180.
Got my nephew listening, Jamie Durrant, who's been on Twitter saying the standard of this week has been absolutely fantastic.
140.
Jamie, who is in the form of his life at the moment. Just, unfortunately, he's working offshore, is Jamie, so he doesn't always get the opportunity to fulfill all the competitions he wants
55.
to play in. But I'm very, very proud of him. And he's played on this stage, and I've said many, many times, the talk of the town right now is the MODUS Super Series in the North East. People want to play in it. And
134.
Jamie's one of them lads who has had that luxury and is letting people know how fantastic it is. So get yourself to your local ADC comms and get yourself the invite. And if you are invited or you win your local
78. And Yokar,
competition,
131.
make sure you get down and come and enjoy the experience like these guys are doing as Bolton looks at 131.
67.
A real saviour of a last start there. And Rickwood, no doubt, is probably popping a max now. That's been the type of game he's had so far. Just inconsistency is something he needs to deal with.
85.
Because he
And
has the
Yokar,
game.
64.
And 64 is all about the 16s and 8s area.
Another one of them. Will give himself a dart at the requisite
Game,
double
shot and a
for a
match.
4-1
Andy
win,
Bolton.
and to keep the pressure on Gary Stone at the top of the table. Andy Bolton moves on to 8 points. He revenges his loss to Rickwood yesterday with a 4-1 success today, which included a 1-2-4 checkout, another average in the 90s. Only once this week so far has Andy Bolton averaged underneath that mark. As for Robert Rickwood, 88.26 average, 3 maxes to his name, but really the detriment to him was the 1 out of 8 on the doubles, 12.5%. Work for him to do there as the day goes on. Well, we're going to take a short break. When we return, it's the final 2 players we haven't seen yet on Tuesday in Group A, and it's going to be Lee Shewan up against Harry Ward. So do join us after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Group A's top 2 have made winning starts to Tuesday's play. Victories for Gary Stone and Andy Bolton. And now attention turns to the man at the other end of the league, Pro Tour title winner Harry Ward, whose only win yesterday came against Fleetwood flinger Lee Shewan. Shewan won his first 2 games on Monday, but 2 4-3 defeats, including against Big H, stopped him from building on his 4 points. Will that change here? Or will Harry Ward, the man at the foot of the table, repeat the feat against the cobbler? Let's find out. Back to Henry and Glenn.
Thank you, Murph. Yes, another intriguing game here. Lee Shewan, who, when I saw him leave yesterday, looked a trifle disappointed, may I say. I think that opening 2 wins from yesterday, laid the foundation. And he had a couple of big games against the 2 guys who were just beginning to run away with things in Gary Stone and Andy Bolton. And Henry alluded to Tuesday being moving day. And these are 2 of the guys who can potentially challenge them to top 2. Lee Shewan on 4 points right now. A win here would just have him a couple of points behind Andy Bolton. Whereas Harry Ward, very, very likeable. Is Harry Ward a very interesting background already? Just 25-year-old who's a Pro Tour winner, Players Championship winner, and then decided to hand his card for just to get his work-life balance right. Buying a home, getting engaged, getting married. You know, he's just doing all those things, but he's found the love for darts again.
To throw first.
And this week's probably
Game on.
a real week for him, where I think we both feel, whereas the week goes on, Harry Ward could get, you know, more and more dangerous. And, you know, my co-commentator Henry Deacon has seen a million times that someone who doesn't do so well in Group A can then go into Group B or C and then come back really fighting. And it'll be no surprise for me to see Harry Ward in the finals here on Saturday night.
43.
Of course, you want to have success in Group A and you want that first spot through to the finals. But as you mentioned, and I always go back to the Kieran Tian analogy, where he struggled in Group A,
81.
quite emphatically struggled in Group A, but then he got himself through Group C into finals night, and not just into finals night, but he won the week and qualified for Champions Week. So
43.
it's a bit like one of those old life relics. It's not where you start on the journey, it's where you find yourself at the end of it. You can't dictate your journey of 1,000 miles just by the first step you make.
85.
It's about where you end up in your destination and the things that you do along the way.
Absolutely. And the journey for Lee Shewan took him all the way to Lakeside. And that incredible draw when he played his best friend Jordan Brooks, who sent a message on Twitter today, who's watching. And a guy, he's new in your picture, he's known since nursery, played football together.
140.
And then both qualified for Lakeside, which was a dream for the pair of the practice partners, along with Wes Newton. And then that unbelievable draw where I'm sure both players absolutely hated that experience.
60. Lee Yukar, 55.
It's one of those things that become a dream and a nightmare at the same time. But will it be a dream start here for Shewan as he goes for tops of the opening leg, gets tops of the opening leg?
A lovely, sweet 14 darter. This was the kind of start that Lee Shewan made yesterday. So I think the strategy is quite simple for Lee Shewan. You know, get a couple of wins under your belt.
To throw first.
But this time, you know, just see it through. Could he be the guy who's part of Moving Tuesday, really kicks on from here?
57.
As Harry Ward, this isn't, like I said, I think this week, no matter what. And it was just very nice, Harry Ward, yesterday. I think he understood that his game's not where he wants it to be.
82.
He's only playing local league, a little bit of Q school, etc. But, you know, now could be the real catalyst for him to see the kind of darts that we're seeing from him in, you know, a couple of years. I think
85.
it's 4 years since he won that Players Championship, a lot longer than I thought, but he's a great addition. Now he's back to the MODUS Super Series.
What I like is there's a realisation of where he is at this present moment in time. At this present moment in time, Lee Shewan is going absolutely berserk, and now Harry Ward looks to join in the act.
140.
We were 5 off 700 maximums for the series now. 51 for the week. We had 46 on the opening
41.
day.
Yes, it was. He came out the traps very quickly, Lee Shewan, but he won like that 41 there. So it's just a case of resetting, because Harry Ward looked downstairs now.
99.
And that'll leave him Shanghai, which players do like. And for Shewan, a couple of trebles here would put all the pressure on in the world. Just checks the score there.
45.
And by
Audio
looking
car
away there, he sort of took
120.
his eye off the target there. So it's advantage to Ward in this game. Fabulous
80.
second dart
Leave
there.
your car
Henry sets it up.
153.
It's a big outside chance for Lee Shewan. Treble 19 for double 18. What a barnstormer a finish
Inch on
that
the
is.
second leg.
What
Lee
a
Shewan.
moment for Lee Shewan. Is that the catalyst? Is that the spark for him to be the moving Tuesday player?
And that
leg
is
leader
a
through first.
kick in the
Game on.
unmentionables as far as Harry Ward's concerned, because he's left himself on tops. And he has just seen Lee Shewan provide a haymaker blow.
26.
And then all that adrenaline is then sprinting through his body now. And that's where the top players, are just the elite players, they're so special because
100.
they would then kick in with a 140. And the only thing I would say to Lee Shewan, how I dealt with it is just a massive exhale of breath. Because all of a sudden, after a 153 finish there, your legs go wobbly, your arms don't belong to your body. And it's just a case of managing it there. And that's the difference for me from good players and great players.
And with Lee, he's
58.
openly said this is still an experience process for him. He's still very much a newbie in terms of these types of stages. But every time we see him, he tends to get better.
140.
Yeah, I totally agree. And he nearly took 2023 off. He's getting married in Cyprus next year. But his partner, Kirsty, was like, come on, you're in the form of your life. And these
83.
types of he waxed lyrical about the MODUS Super Series. He was what an opportunity it is for players, and you know he's doing well on the WDF, and
81.
he has played at Lakeside. But he said his proudest moment, and he still looks at that England shirt when he made his debut. And I totally understand what he means because I do exactly the same. Sometimes I've given a lot of
45.
memorabilia away, but the only thing, one of the few things I kept was my England shirt. It is a proud moment when you wear that. So, and it was certainly a proud moment for him.
Lee Shewan, who
100.
was actually originally given an invitation into this event, who's due to play a couple of weeks ago on the Thursday and Friday night shift. However, he won an ADC qualifier, and by winning the ADC
57.
qualifier, he qualified for a whole week's play,
94.
and so he accepted the invitation as an ADC qualifier. So even though he knew he was in, he still wanted to try and qualify via the ADC route. Will he find tops of
54.
3-0? Not on this
Audio car
occasion.
158.
Yeah, that would have felt nice after the 153 finish when you know your finishing is good. Wowzer. After the 153 from Shewan, it's a
Game shot on the third
158
leg.
from
Harry
Ward.
Ward.
And this is just an exhibition of fantastic finishing from these two players. Absolutely wonderful to see. And the highest finish of 153 lasted one leg.
Fourth leg added through first. Game
Forget
on.
Jake Paul against Tommy Fury. The real body blows are coming in this match. They are going toe-to-toe, punch for punch, pound for pound.
140.
And what a great response as well, that 140, because Harry's someone who doesn't show a lot of emotion. You won't see the fist
60.
pumps from a lot of the players there. So kept himself very calm after that 158. And I thought that 140 was as good as any three darts he's thrown this week.
93.
Big H, who started playing darts when he was 12-year-old.
34.
His brother-in-law, Nick, invited him into the team because they were one short. And by the end of the night, he was the best player. And people just saw this natural ability in Harry Ward. And he
56.
found the love for the game there. His favourite moment was his win over Madars Razma at Ali Pali, which superseded his win at the Players' Championships.
95.
And he was a leg away from losing that day. He said what impressed him about himself more is his bounce-back ability, his fight, and his determination to get
60.
over the line there. And they're the types of moments you want to replicate again. But absolutely, and underlined in my notes here, no regrets about handing his card in. He wanted to sort his life out first.
100. Audio car 152.
That's max maturity to me, that, Henry.
Fair play to him. Well, this would be a tiddler in comparison to what we've seen so far in this game, the 152. Not going to happen, but as you say, you've got to commend the decisions that he made because they're not easy life choices to make, but he decided that that was the best route for him at the time. He's got everything in place, and now he's ready to give it a go again, and he's showing
shot on the
some of the
fourth leg.
precocious
Harry
talent
Ward.
that he had, and of course, as he nails a double 18 to level us up at 2 apiece, we know that he's not straight away going to be the type of player we saw before winning Pro
Fifth
Tour
leg leader
titles.
throw
You've got to
first.
build your
Game
way
on.
back up to that particular point, but there's still a rawness around him. There's still that natural ability that ekes
121.
out, and I think this format is the perfect one for him because 25 matches potentially in the week, maybe more if he gets through to Saturday night's finals.
48.
That's enough time in front of the lights, in front of the stage against good quality opposition to really have a true test and standing as to where your game is at this particular moment in
45.
time.
Yeah, one disappointment for Lee Shewan at the moment is just sliding into that 5 right now. That could be because of the pressure this guy in your picture is putting on him.
60.
You see the patch MDA there. He was very, very proud and happy. The loyalty there sort of stood by him and accepted his decisions he's made. So it's really important to have a good team around you. And I totally
43.
agree with what you're saying there. He's now building how to get back to that form he had before. And yeah, I totally agree that this type of format could be just ideal for this man. It could be the
93.
next Kieran Tehan, who sort of from nowhere is here Saturday night, and he's obviously got the pedigree to do some damage on a one-off night.
58.
Looking to join John Worsley, Owen Bates and Jelle Klassen in Champions Week. Already quite an eclectic mix of players that are going to make it through to the champagne
60.
occasion.
Yeah, I thought John Worsley was absolutely superb that week. Absolutely brilliant. Another guy who's just come off the tour, and yeah, Champions Week is going to be absolutely phenomenal. I was
78.
delighted to be involved in the last one, and yeah, the Raymond Smith moment was a joy to behold, and that's what all these players are fighting for, and we're seeing the real Harry Ward right now.
140. Leo Carr 156.
You were shocked to see a check that had the correct spelling on, weren't you?
100. We've seen a 153. We've seen a 158, and for a second there,
100.
that's a lovely
Leo Carr
setup,
100.
and that puts this pressure on the 100. Potential 2-darter. What
Game
a
shot on the
finish.
fifth leg. Harry Ward.
An exhibition of finishes, 153, 158 and 100. These two guys are showing you that's not all about the scoring prowess. Sometimes it's just about
Six leg
can
Harry
you get
to throw
over that
first.
winning line.
Game on.
And they're both are dipping over the winning line like Colin Jackson. I'm still fuming. I got Alan Wells wrong yesterday.
23.
100-metre gold medalist. We were at the quiz last night. We did very well. Second place. 50 quid we won because of this man next to me with a 1981 shout for, was it Raiders of the Lost Ark?
Yeah, Indiana Jones Rangers. Yeah, Indiana Jones. Yeah, 1981. I also won on the raffle. So a bottle of red wine
81.
and £50 voucher. It wasn't the worst night at the office.
Yes,
I've had worse.
Yes, I was my fat fingers got in the way.
100.
We had a question where the answer was iron, and I reached over to press the I. My fat fingers landed. Was it the D? What a Judas I am.
96.
Anyway, back to the darts. Shut up, Durrant. Been a phenomenal game of darts. This as an exhibition of finishing. We've quoted it as. Now, what these would give with a big scoring to complement that
57.
fantastic finishing. But all of a sudden, Harry Ward has a little chance here at 301, just 50 behind. And what a dart. If he can replicate that. This is the Harry Ward we've been waiting for.
180.
Sensational darts from the young man. And it's advantage, Harry.
140. Harry Carr 121.
Many options, but because Lee Shewan's on a finish, we will look at the treble 20 for the 11 bull, with the potential of double 14 coming into it, but it is the bullseye. And with the types of finishing that's going on between these two, you fully expect this bull.
96.
Well, I tell
Leo
you what,
Carr 108.
when he let go of that dart, when he saw the trajectory of that dart through the air, this is unbelievable. 8 or 16, it's the 80 fancies for one dart at tops. It could be a saviour.
88.
Just
Harry
dips
Carr
low.
25.
These are the opportunities, Harry Ward, that you must take. And there's the fat 9. 2 dart, a double 8 for the match. He just moves across the bed very calmly. Sharp and take a breath.
17.
Well,
Leo
doing
car
it for 1 point
20.
there.
And so a reprieve for Shewan on double 10. That's awkward, and especially because of the bulbous barrel, it makes the bed smaller. He's trying to think which side, top or bottom, where do I go? He moved across to the right and now to the left, but too far across. He's just double checking where that dart went, whether it just sneaked in or whether it just sneaked out. And so up for double 5 for 3-3.
10.
And now Ward gets his chance.
8.
Yeah, the frustration you can see is evident there, but the finishing's been great. But when it comes to the nitty-gritty, he's going to have 1 dart for the match. And he just
Game
pings
shot
it
on the
right
match.
in the
Harry
middle there.
Ward.
Fabulous match. But it's Harry that's as happy as Larry as both of them walk off the stage. A great game, a real match play game. Up and down. Lee Shewan took the early lead. Harry Ward showed some real class. A 1-5-3 finish from Lee Shewan was the highlight for him. That stunning 1-5-8 from Harry Ward and the 100 finish. He's just beginning to make his mark. That's 2 wins on the spin for Harry Ward. And this is all becoming really exciting. Very tight in the middle of the pack, but it's still the top 2 who are running away with it. A big, important game next up for Robert Rickwood and Martin Adams next. Both of them need to get their campaign up and running back very, very soon.
We are now 3 games into Tuesday's Arrows action, and all 6 players have played 6 matches in Group A on week 4 of MODUS Super Series 3. Gary Stone remains unbeaten at the top of the table, while Harry Ward's win over Lee Shewan before the break has bunched things up nicely in a highly competitive group. The first in the next round of fixtures features 3-time world champion Martin Adams and the tenacious Robert Rickwood. Wolfie won this one yesterday. Whoever wins today will move up into 3rd place. Speaking of a 3-time world champion, Glenn Durrant is on hand to provide insight and analysis into this one, and Henry Deacon is in commentary as well.
Glenn gets a little bit embarrassed there. Thank you very much, Chris. I like to call myself a 3-time Lakeside champion. I do prefer that. I realised when I went to the PDC to call myself a world champion was just a little bit, maybe too much, so I much prefer the tone of 3-time Lakeside champion. And There's that legend right in front of you, a man I've had the joy of playing many times. But just a quick message for that last game. It was a case of anything you can do, I can do better in the finishing stakes, and absolutely delighted. And the bunching up means one thing to me, Henry, that Gary Stone is licking his lips right now, because the further it bunches up, the more he can run away with this. And once again, it's just beginning to look like a two-horse race. And you called it Moving Tuesday. And I reckon that's what this game is all about, because the loser of this game, I think, can put to bed any real hope of, winning the group, which would seem a long, long, long away from here. So, but important game, 2 experienced players. It was Martin Adams who got over the line yesterday in this match.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Which Robert Rickwood are we going to get?
Game on.
That is the question that is on everybody's lips. I think when you look at the group already, I think it's already become a 2-horse race between Stone and Bolton. I think that win for Harry Ward against Lee Shewan, I think maybe it's just already restricted it to that. I think we're going to have a battle as to who's going to be in B and who's going to be in C.
And it's a big change, the 3 from 5 in Group B is it's the group that you want to be in.
100.
You're not playing so early on a morning. Obviously, you're playing late at night. But for me, that Group B is, Plan B. Robert Rickwood, he said his form's
100.
been up and down. He suffered a little bit with tendonitis. But he's feeling 100% fit now. Maybe that's a sign of the inconsistency, but at times he's been brilliant. A couple of times yesterday, he went maximum.
100.
I was beginning to dream of my first 9 data. God knows what I would say, Henry, if that happens.
Some people squeal like pigs when they commentate on a 9. I don't know who I could be referring to.
Yes, I can't laugh because I probably would do the same, but this man's done it at the MODUS Super Series. The darts like this.
121.
Yeah, I remember when I did my first 9, apparently I sounded like a squealing pig. Graham Usher against Dan Reed at the Championship. Everyone remembers their first time.
100.
Yeah, some good banter on Twitter here. Stuart McNally sitting here like a coil spring, waiting for it all to start. The high standard yesterday, looking forward to it today.
140.
Thanks for contact to Stuart. Keep in touch. Message from Chaps. Was it a late night vegetable pot noodle last night for you, Glenn, to share with Paul Hinks?
140. Martin O'Carl 40.
It's Adams for tops. After 12 darts and a breaker throw.
Game shot on the first
Welcome
leg.
to the party,
Martin
Martin Adams. We both felt yesterday that Martin Adams does not play bad 2 days running. Yesterday was not a day. His best day, he was sliding into the 1s and 5s, but more worrying, Henry, it was the fact he was just dipping low the trebles as well. And I really fancied him to give Gary Stone a great game. But maybe, just maybe, now's the time he's going to be kicking in.
85.
And we've heard from Martin Adams enough when he's been here in this competition in pre-match interviews to know that the A game is still very much there. And when he hits his strats, he can still play at a level that
100.
won him three Lakeside titles. But as he openly admitted, as time moves on, it's just the consistency factor which may every now and then just elude him. But when he's at his best, well, we saw Champions Week against Colin Osborne, a
100.
average of 111.
Another message from Chaps regarding something we've discussed an awful lot, and that's the benefits of winning Group here. He doesn't see it as a real benefit of having them 2 days off.
45.
But if you, all I would say, Chaps, is if you talk to Andy Bolton, he would absolutely love to win Group A and have them 2 days off. Especially for the people, the players over 50. For someone like Harry Ward, and he'd probably be able to play for
95.
about 3 weeks running because he's fit, he's young, and he absolutely loves the game right now. Sometimes when you get over 50, you've got to start managing your practice a little bit better, and that would be my argument to that.
To caveat that as well, if you look at the winners of the week
92.
so far, John Worsley and Jenna Klassen both on Group A. Leonard Gates won Group A in week 2, and he had darts to beat Owen Bates in the final to get to Champions Week.
95.
Any thoughts on that, Chaps? Reply to that if you think any different, but I think we've staked our case there.
But this is what we like, opinions.
140. Matthew Car,
Get involved. Adams getting more than stuck in with 105 average and looking for this 126. Which is
Someone's awoken the wolf.
101. Robert, your car,
just dip below the bullseye. And so Rickwood now, 1, 2, 4 for him. Andy Bolton hit this against him in his opening game of the day, but it's not going to be a case of darting deja vu.
39.
As Robert Rickwood with his trademark
25.
smile just, well, tries to laugh it off. If you don't laugh, you're going to cry. Because is the wolf on the prowl? Is the wolf on the march?
21. Robert, your car, 85.
There was like a magnet in that double 4 yesterday, Henry. It wasn't to be this time, so treble 15. So potentially it could be a dart at the bull, but it's a double 5 chance. And when opportunity knocks for Robert Rickwood at the moment, he's just
Martin,
not
your car, 4.
running through that line. It's just been a little bit disappointing, a little bit of deja vu from his last game. We talked an awful lot about Martin Adams of just going direct for any double, and we talked about his incredible stats in the pentathlon, where hitting doubles is one of the major things. There's also some major points on there, so whatever doubles left, Martin Adams will always go for it. And that double 2 was hit perfectly well, and it's a big advantage to the wolf.
121.
We had a question on this walk-on song, didn't we, last night?
It was Duran Duran, wasn't it? Yeah. What was the actual question? I forgot.
68.
Hungry like the wolf. It was a...
Was it something to do with an anagram or something?
Yes, it was, wasn't
yeah.
it? Yeah, how many letters are repeated, etc. And you pressed 3.
60.
As usual. No, you were very good yesterday. The 1981 picked up. I was useless as ever. The only egghead who doesn't get any questions right. Taylor, how good was he?
Taylor's always good.
95.
Taylor's the quizzing goat.
We were let down by Chris Murphy, though, weren't we?
Yeah. Not because we got let down of enjoying the quiz, just because he wasn't there.
59.
He went full Mr. Gilbert and said, well, you can if you like, but I won't be there.
This is much better from Adams.
100.
There's Paul Hinks. Sharing a pot noodle with him tonight.
Is it going to be like that scene from the Hunchback of Notre Dame?
Certainly is. You can tell he's from Yorkshire, that's all I'm saying. His first max.
108.
Of course it is. And leaves a 2-darter. This is much, much better. He's dominating all the stats here, is Martin.
140. Martin
Rickwood.
58.
Well, Adams here has put 11 points on his average from his opening game against Gary Stone. Tops to a 3-0 lead for the double break. And that is as plumb and as juicy as a marker you're going to see, but it just dips below. And so it presents Rickwood with the opportunity in the 16s corridor.
These types of opportunity hasn't been taken.
44.
Once again,
Martin,
that's been the
20.
tail of the tape so far. Adams has been very, very, very good on double 10. I've probably talked him out of it now.
Game shot on the third leg. Martin Adams.
He hits that plum because Martin Adams was a classic double 16 player. But as I've said many, many times, if there's a double on the board, if it's double 17, Martin Adams will go direct for it. Even if he have players on 300.
Game on.
If there's a double there to be hit, he goes with. That's been his philosophy for 30 years, and who might he argue with a great man? "66-year-old, still playing as good as ever."
Still playing at a remarkably high level. In terms of the averages for Robert Rickwood, he averaged 88.26, got 3 maximums in his 4-1 defeat to Andy Bolton. But if you actually look at it here, prior to that previous visit, he was languishing in and around the 70s as Martin Adams continues to improve.
And the you know, the difference there is his average is because he's not pinging his doubles in. That's the big thing. His scoring, I'm pretty sure he'll be fairly happy with the way it's gone.
140.
But when opportunities are there, and as in the previous game he had with Andy Bolton, he's not just taking, and I think that's why we're seeing the wry smile from him occasionally.
Robert loves a smile. One of the happiest go lucky people you'll ever wish to meet.
Yeah, it's a great mix of players in there.
60. Martin O'Carr 136.
Well, the types of finishing we've been seeing today. Well done, Glenn.
Truly providing the commentator's
78.
curse.
Robert O'Carr 161.
Well, this is a Hail Mary and a half for Robert Rickwood. And it is still on. The ball.
119. Wow. Martin O'Carr 58.
I think we both felt that was going to go in as Adams. Looks at the big 18. Hasn't been great on tops this week.
Game shot
this
and the
time,
match,
absolutely no problem at all. And as quickly as this game started, it ends in a 4-0 victory for Martin Adams, who hasn't been at the races this week. Is that the turning point? Robert Rickwood, opportunity knocks in the first 2 games for him, but he just simply couldn't take them chances. And that's his big thing he'll go back and reflect on. But it's moving Tuesday. Is it moving Adams? Next up, big game, Gary Stone, still unbeaten after 6 matches against the much improved Harry Ward. Looking forward to that one.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
MODUS Super Series, the biggest broadcast darts show in the world. And we could have you here on Saturday night. Earlier starts now for this series. Remember, 7:30 if you want to be in the seats behind the stage and watching the finals night action, do come and join us. Tickets available via dartshop.tv. But back to the action for the players that are trying to get there now. And a meeting between Harry Ward, who's had a bright start to today, against Gary Stone, who's been superb all week so far. The Scotsman winning all 6 of his matches so far. And when Harry met Gary yesterday, it was a 4-1 win for Stone. I'm sure all the other players in the group are thinking, I'll have what he's having. Back to Henry and Glenn Durrant to talk you through this one.
What you got screaming in the commentary box as well for this one. Anyway, moving on. We are in to game 5 of our day. I don't actually know how we move on from there, I'll be perfectly honest with you, Glenn, but what did happen in that film? Was there something about a famous sandwich shop?
I'm saying nothing, but your fringe has increased. Yeah, Harry is happy as Larry, and when Harry met Gary, and now Murph's nicking me jokes. What more can I say for this match?
It's not very pally, is it?
All I can say about this match is that man in your picture right now has been absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely fantastic. 6 out of 6, but I think the most important part of that stat is the fact that the quality of the players in this group. If he was head and shoulders above the rest of them, on 6 out of 6. But this is a group that potentially had everything. And right now, everybody is a Harry Ward fan in the players area next to me, but he's just relentless on this treble 20 bear. This is superb from Gary Stone. His 14th already after 6 matches. I won't say the form of his life, because this is what Gary Stone does.
96.
What Gary needs to do now is just work out a journey for himself, where he wants to be this time, and get himself a Q school next year, and you know, be playing with the best, because that's how good he is.
And I reference now Josh Payne because I think he's a perfect example of this. Someone who, I know it's different circumstances of Harry, but Josh dropped off the tour at the end of 2021 as Gary Stone goes absolutely ballistic in his opening leg. We'll get to that point in leg 2 because Gary has gone nuts in leg 1.
I'm going to be hypercritical
85,
because that's what I'm here for. But when someone's on 300, I'd have gone treble 15, but that's a lovely dart. Now don't mess about with it. Can you see the little... And 9. That's the problem. That is the problem. We're going that bullseye route on... And the fact he was so far behind. And that's just been me being hypercritical. I know his friends and family are listening, and
82.
A couple of them messaged me last night about Gary's performance and things that I said, but you know, that's because I respect this man so much. 1-1 just to put this game to bed.
No score.
And his memory now will just be the messing about of this leg rather than that incredible first 8 darts.
And if all can crank in a 140 here, the whole complexion of this leg completely changes. Well, it's not going to happen this time.
55, Gary O'Carr 2.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Henry. I was just thinking that. So, again, that's the perfect marker. Now he has to be brave on this last dart.
No score. Gary O'Carr 125.
This is why we love the sport, Henry.
Cracks a wise smile. Well, you may not be smiling anymore.
Wow.
If he can find a route to the bullseye, this will be the dart, not just of the week, not just of the month, but perhaps of the year. Can he find a route?
100. Gary O'Carr 2.
No is a short answer.
Game shot on the first leg, Gary Stone.
And look at the reaction from him there, just sheer relief. And that all goes down to just that decision to go for the green bit of the 25. It's always dangerous because when you go up a double 4, double 2, there's the potential then of leaving that double 1. But that is just me being hypercritical. Apologies if you sort of disagree with me there. I'm just trying to give my words of wisdom and experience of being on there and what I would try and do and what the players, it's in the player's mind right now.
85.
Right now it's sheer relief. And not only is he playing well, Henry, I just think things are going for him also. You know, that missed dart for Wolfie on the last game yesterday.
83.
Robert Rickwood had opportunities against him and he...
$60.
And wow, he says there because all 3 of them darts were beautifully thrown.
140.
Much better from Ward.
$97.
And it's almost like a flip-flop of the previous leg where it was Gary Stone who got out the trap so well, and then Harry Ward was the chaser. And now it's gone the other way round.
101. $45. Haruka 92.
92 to level this game up, and he's going to get 6 from here with Stone not on the finish. There goes treble 16 to give himself a dart at double
68.
12. I think it's going to be a huge disaster because he's going to be back. Stone can only apply pressure at this particular juncture, but that is exactly what he's going to do.
140.
Gary Stone's just doing Gary Stone
24.
things. And so now the double 12 is under a severe threat, under
Game
severe
shown the
pressure.
second leg. Harry Ward.
The pressure is for tyres, Harry Ward says, as he levels this game up at 1 apiece. 17 dart holder throw for Harry.
Throw first. Game on.
What's going to be the riposte from Gary?
57.
Yeah, the first time I've seen Harry Ward was in 2015. Do you remember when he reached the boys' Lakeside final? Was it against Owen Roloffs?
96.
Owen was part of my management team. I think that's the first I've seen Harry Ward, but absolute gentleman he is. He
121.
one of the real good guys. I hope the future's really bright for him, and it's great to see him again. And give me a big friendly hug when I saw him yesterday.
85.
Someone put that on the lines of TMI.
$134.
And I think what Gary Stone did yesterday was he was at his fluent best. You know, some staggering averages, 1 over 100. I think what he's demonstrating today is fighting qualities, and I'm really impressed with
56.
his sort of demeanour. He's not, he'd be showing his disappointments, which he can do. All he's doing is letting the darts do the talking, and this is super
87.
impressive. Did you expect this from Gary this week, Henry?
I expected him to, I expected Andy Bolton to be the Premier player, which his averages are showing that he's bang up there. But I expected Gary Stone to have this consistent level around the mid-80s range that was going to threaten anyone in any particular game. And if you actually look at what he's providing, he's doing that and at points
44.
superseding it. He leads 58 after 15. The average here 82.26, but that should be caveated by the fact that the first leg he did have a bit of a
58.
moment on the doubles, shall we say. Tops for 2-1.
38.
Yeah.
Haruka 86.
Yeah, I think averages go out the window after that first leg. It's just a case of getting over the line. And we could see the bullseye come into it. Oh, that's disappointing. I think I would have played it safe and gone for the
62.
biggest 18
Haruka 20.
you could do. And Gary Stone just seems to be getting things going his own
Game
way.
from the third leg. Gary
And
Stone.
that does nothing happen at the same time if you're playing well. There's usually someone sort of comes up and puts a spanner in the works, but just things are going nicely. He just needs to stay
Fourth
focused
leg Gary to
because
throw first.
he's
Game
not
on.
at his best today, Gary, but he's winning games. And that's just a different sort of challenge for him right now. Winning ugly.
134.
If Gary Stone can get the win this week, he might be able to afford another pair of Hugo Boss trainers. Must have been in your wardrobe again, Glenn.
43.
Glenn then shows him my new ones.
Not bad, this old Premier League champion stuff, is it?
83.
Yes. You could too be sat with Henry Deegan if you win the Premier League, lads.
You know what's going to
60.
happen now? Chris Dobie's just going to forget the rest of the campaign.
Yes, you too in 4 years' time could be sat here with Henry. That's what them players should be aspiring to when they're
60.
playing.
Thinking, where did it go wrong?
Yes, I'm hoping to be at Newcastle to see Chris Dobie and that amazing walk-on he has in Newcastle.
140.
That'll live in the memory for him, as it did last time. But Harry Ward, He's really peppering that treble 20 now. And looking for his first max, but it just slides into 5 because he was actually aiming for the left-hand side of the bed there. That's the sort of accuracy these players are aiming for right now.
58. Out of your car, 89.
Gary Stone probably potentially thinking, I've still got the dart, he has to break me, I'm not going to panic yet. And he doesn't need to go for the bullseye this time, but it's double 8 for Ward.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Harry Ward.
Just another fantastic execution of the 89 finish there. And this game is parity, a 2-2. It's now a best-of-3 game.
And sometimes it's not about the finish. It can sometimes be about how you take the finish out. And there was a lot to like about the execution of that
96.
from Harry Ward. Mature in the fact he didn't chase the ball, didn't have to chase the ball. And just the way that he attacked that finish, there was just something about it. Sometimes you can't quite put your finger on it, but you can just get a feeling as to why
121.
and how.
It's a lovely feeling, Henry, as well, when you start pinging them darts with one dart in your hand and, you know, your opponent right back.
41.
And it goes back to that finish by Lee Shewan when Harry was on tops and you checked out that 153. There's just this wonderful feeling, but that's only half the job done. It's how then you go back into it right now. Harry Ward is just seeing that treble 20 like a bucket. Averaging well over 90, just, you know, really...
58.
Just, you know, destroying Gary in the average stakes here. I just noticed Gary 2 from 13 on the checkout was probably the reason why his average is a lot lower this time. And there's the rise smile from Gary Stone. And why is he doing that? Because he's thinking, why is Harry Ward all of a sudden playing well against me? That's the battles that you have mentally.
Out of your car, 100.
And I was thinking, where's my trebles gone? What's happening to me game right now? And that's a disappointing dart. Once again, he's focused on that small target of the treble 20 there.
72.
But what a saviour of a dart there is. And only a max really from Gary Stone is going to make Harry Ward think. And it's the facial mannerisms from Gary I'm interested in now because everything's gone his way so far. I want to see how Gary Stone reacts to a little bit of adversity.
Game shot on the 5th
That is a breaker, so Harry Ward will throw for the match. Gary Stone is yet to lose in this group.
I heard the cheer in the players area there because
one
thing they want to do is, which is a lot of banter and alpha male stuff, and Gary Stone has someone with him and he's just sort of looking back there. It's nice to have that one person who you can just see in a crowd or you can look at. Like I said, I always had Dennis Coleman sort of it by my side, and God, he was worth his weight in gold for me.
91.
It's a lovely last start there from Gary Stone. This is, I want to see Gary fight. It was wonderful to see him in full flow yesterday, so that's that job done. I want to see him win 4 threes now. I want to see him winning ugly. I want to see this demeanour. I want to see the improvement in that side of the game there. He's already demonstrated he can do this for fun.
140.
That's easy for him. But I want to see him when it's getting a bit sticky in there and he's not playing his best.
Granite Gary.
83.
Now I like that. Did you see the grimace? Look at that. Boy, do I like this.
140.
My favourite 3 darts of Gary Stone this week. That is the fighting quality I was asking for. And I'm sure he hasn't got an hearing aid and he can hear me.
I mean, he's in a little bit of a hole. He's come up with back-to-back 140s at the perfect time. And he's had to do it because Harry Ward's left himself a finish after 12 darts. And so this 130 may have to go. You could call this a semi-Hail Mary, but it's not going to happen this time. Harry Ward then 161 to inflict a first defeat of the week so far upon Gary Stone.
What a treble 18 that was. And dare I say, Gary Stone now becomes favourite for this match. He has to put away this 36. And just looking at him right now, I fancy this. 2 good darts.
18. How do you car 106?
This will hurt Gary Stone, but this will make the group very, very interesting. He can still do it. Wowzer. Bull.
81. Gary car 18.
Got the weight of it right, Henry. Just lacked a little bit of direction.
So to send us all the way. It is in.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Gary Stone.
It's 18 in game.
Fantastic referee in there because he can't move if he's not 100% sure. And that's just the experience of Paul Hinks doing absolutely the right thing.
Gary to throw first. Game on.
What is quite good there was just a little bit of release as well for Gary Stone to have that laugh there with the referee. There's all that tension and pent-up aggression right now, which is really suiting Gary. That grimace on that 140, I want to see it. Just like
57.
Andy Bolton does with pretty much every 3 darts he throws. I'd like to see Gary do that once again. And if having a couple of years away
55.
from the game, Henry, is going to have its problems for Henry just getting over that winning line. And I know that personally as well, when you're losing games or you're not playing as competitive as you much, that sometimes you forget how to win. And right now, this is where Harry could be learning on the job.
It's easy to learn the mechanics, but sometimes the performance can be a difficult skill to retrain. But he's retraining quite well. He's aposting quite well. He's taken the thrower stone.
100.
If all can back up with another 140, Gary will be a stone's throw away from defeat.
Yeah, on 266.
134.
You're always going to be bringing the 19s into it there. What a response. Gary Stone, what are you made of? Gary Stone is made of granite.
Harry O'Carr, 132.
We have recently seen games won on a 132, but we're not going to see this one won on a 132.
26. Gary O'Carr, 124.
That 180 there, done many, many things. Not only did it bring him back in this leg of darts, it made Harry Ward think, and Harry Ward's last score of 26 could be the deciding factor of this match, because Gary Stone's left a 2-darter, and it's Harry Ward on 106. What a dart that is. He's been aggressive for his favourite double 16.
74.
Oof.
Gary O'Carr, 68.
Match start come and gone. And so is Gary Stone. Gonna make it a magnificent 7 for Stone.
Gary Stone.
In leg 7. And he gets the better of Harry Ward by 4 legs to 3. Had to survive a match start in the end. But Gary Stone keeps up his winning run. A little bit of a comical moment as well on the double 9. Him and Paul Hinks having a good little chat about that. Gary actually nearly threw again. He could have actually busted the score after winning the leg. But nonetheless, he is a 4-3 victor, Gary Stone, against Harry Ward. 81.18 average, but that's probably caveated by the fact that there was a few missed doubles from him in the opening leg of that encounter. But he gets the better of Harry Ward by 4 legs to 3. He gets the win. That's the important thing for him. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see Andy Bolton in action against Lee Shewan, and that will round off round 2.
On we go then with day 2 of Group A this week, where we are approaching the halfway stage. And Andy Bolton, well, he beat Lee Shewan 4-3 yesterday. And the cobbler is looking to try and rediscover the form from earlier in the day. Hasn't won since, but if he can reverse that result here, Shewan will move to within 2 points of his opponent. Bolton himself is trying to close the gap on league leader Gary Stone, who survived match darts against Harry Ward before the break, before making it 7 wins on the spin. Putting the pressure back on Bolton as the X Factor looks to return to prime time on Saturday night. On the judging panel for this one, our very own Simon Cowell and Louis Walsh. I'll let you decide which is which. Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Well, my trousers are pulled up right up to my chest, so I'll take Simon Cowell every day of the week. I don't know what you think, Henry.
I just undone the buttons on my shirt. To be fair, I was worried where Murph was going with the X Factor then. I've got to be perfectly honest.
Yes, I've heard Andy Bolton sing. Much better than me and you on the Modus Christmas party, that's for sure. That came up yesterday as well, didn't it? Let me entertain you.
Yes, it did.
We both burst into song as the pub shouted last orders. Right this moment, it's Gary Stone who's just steaming away from the rest of the group. And if Lee Shewan does beat Andy Bolton here, it's going to really bunch up that group. And we're beginning to think then it's all about who's going to qualify for Group B and C, because
First leg is Andy to throw first.
not only is Gary
Game on.
Stone playing well, he just seems to be getting the rub of the green as well, and that's a dangerous combination for someone as good as him. But all Andy Bolton can do is just do his job, and you know, it's out of his hands a little bit now. And when he plays Gary Stone later, that is a big 4-pointer.
140.
Big games, big moments, could well be big swings.
97.
Mind you can get in contact with us here at the Super Series. We are at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. We'll be more than happy to answer
99.
any questions you may have.
$100.
And Lee Shewan's that type of player where the big thing about him, which is another obvious statement, is if he gets to Saturday night, he could be extremely dangerous. And I begin to think of players who really like playing in front of a crowd, because you know that is a factor to take into consideration, because obviously there's no crowd behind them right now, and it's due the Derby. Reminds me of a Pro Tour sort of situation. These games.
132.
Saturday
And your
night just
car,
feels like a different type of
122.
game when there's a crowd in there.
Especially when Andy Jenkins is at the hockey. We'll talk about that a little bit more in leg 2. Bolton here, 1-2-2. He's got 6 starts at it to take this opening leg. Just doing what Bolton does.
90.
Proficiency around these 2 dribble visits.
Yes, I do like that. That's experience there. Lee Shewan just below that treble 20 bed. He'll want to correct that, because
60.
it's tough
And
to
your
get
car,
through that
32.
wall of 2 darts. But it's double 16 for Bolton.
Game shot on the first
Very
leg.
proficient.
Andy Bolton.
Very effective when he's going, Andy Bolton. One of the top players, one of the now top amateurs in the world, because he was a pro and up until a couple of weeks
Second
ago.
leg leader throw first. Game on.
But I think he's got the best of both worlds at the moment, Henry. He's going to get invites to the Players' Championships. He is going to get invites to the
58.
MODUS Super Series. He's even got the option of the World Seniors, someone mentioned yesterday. Wow, will he be going for that golden ticket to play Phil Taylor at Blackpool in a few weeks' time? I wonder if he's thought
59.
about that.
I believe he's playing in the European Tour that weekend.
That's good. That's a fair comment. Yes, he's been going as an associate member qualifications, and him and John Henderson have been successful.
180.
As Lee Shewan hits his first max in this game. That's his 9th of the week so far. The scoring by these 6 players have been
100.
absolutely outstanding.
And whilst I've got the chance, I'm going to say it, because perhaps not for the first time in Portsmouth today, it's 1-0 Bolton.
Badunts. Yes, I'm thinking of going to Fratton Park on Saturday.
93.
Oh, they're away, aren't they? It's tonight, isn't it?
I might have a ticket for tonight. I don't know why. Super Series day out.
140. Lee, your car 170.
From the quiz on the Monday to the comedy at Fratton Park. He'll stay there.
96.
Was as bad as our last trip to the football. Me and Abby were sent to Colchester by Owen, and let's say it was a miserable experience.
60.
The football, that is.
Lee, your car 74.
Glad I can't hear him right now. Pat 20 for tops. For 1-1.
Game shot on the second leg. Lee
Cracking darts
Shewan.
there from Lee Shewan. It was lovely talking to Lee on Monday. I travelled down with Robert Rickwood. Just seems to be in a really good headspace right now.
First, game on.
Everybody spoke about how important the MODUS Super Series now is, you know, in the list of sort of priorities for their darting journey in 2023. Feeling very, very confident in his game. Having some fantastic practice sessions on a Tuesday night with his best mate Jordan Brooks, Wes Newton.
60.
Playing Super Leagues, absolutely loves playing for Lancashire County. Said he's really enjoying that, and it's about transferable skills.
140.
It's about transferring that form on the floor, on the county stage, to the MODUS Super Series. He knows he has the game. A couple of 4-3 defeats
100.
yesterday was the difference in him walking away a happy man to actually look quite dejected when he left yesterday. But I always believe in lessons learned. Continue how you move on in the week.
And you think about the avenue now for someone who's just starting out in the game. And go to your Vault Series, you can try and improve from there. And then if you're good enough in the Vault Series, you get the invite here, you get the invite here, and you do well here. It can correlate and spring like a coil as Andy Bolton looks to spring into life for a potential 12 dart leg if he can pin this double 16.
49.
And what I like about Andy is, yes, there's a little bit of a puff of the cheeks, but you wouldn't by and large know exactly what he scored. He doesn't like to give a lot away. He tries to stay as nonplussed as possible, as cool as possible.
Game shot on the third leg. Andy Bolton.
No reaction, just business-like, just a business-like walk back to the oche and back down again to the table to have a sip of water. And he's just going to let Lee Shewan wait those 10 seconds to throw first in the fourth.
Yeah, and sometimes when you go to the Pro Tours, you can see who's practicing with
77.
who. Andy Bolton was always hanging around Nathan Aspinall. They're really, really good friends, and they bounced off each other very, very nicely.
134.
It's like a table of the Geordies and Ross Smith and Nathan and Andy Bolton. And that's really important, that, Henry, just to have them right people around you, just to
100.
get yourself psychologically ready for, you know, for when the gun fires and, you know, you start straight away in them first rounds, because a first round in a Pro Tour is like a final of any Open you've ever played, and it's
119.
you've got to be at your scintillating best. And I just think right now Andy Bolton's game is just right up there.
He's averaging 110, but he's doing it in such a way that it doesn't feel like 110. It just feels like it's routine for him. Lee Shewan, by contrast, is averaging a ton himself here. This is a high-quality encounter. But both players, there's no histrionics about it. They just get on with their game.
97.
You're not going to see the go and price style of a war after every visit. They will just get on and go about their business.
Yeah, I think Andy Bolton does it very internally.
96. Andy O'Carr 151.
I think there is that anger and that desire, and I can see that in his face. Look at as he's chatting away to himself, chuntering, and then look at his mouth will just. That's what he's doing. It's all internal, so he might not demonstrate it externally
43. Lee O'Carr 88.
like a Gerwin Price, but I can assure you the determination is right on the maximum. Now Shewan just has a little look at Andy Bolton before he considers the bullseye.
53.
And that was a bit of a fly. Just got the time in a little ring. I did mention a little bit of composure on his last start. Lots of ways to go for the 108, but Andy seems to be very traditional in that treble 20. He's going to get a dart at double 16. This will hurt Shewan.
92. Lee O'Carr 35.
Cobblers. Speaking of cobblers, it's double 16 for the Fleetwood man.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Lee Shewan.
Solid. Very impressive stuff. Good game. Very, very good game. both averaging 95 for Lee Shewan, 104 for Andy Bolton. That's absolute quality darts. And the whole week's been quality, Henry. This is a top-notch group.
There hasn't really been a bad game yet. Now, every session you may see that one game where
100.
maybe at the end of the session or something like that, where the adrenaline can just eke out, and we may see that bit of a stink of a game. It happens. It happens in any tournament. But we haven't had
61.
that yet this week. I mean, the averages for today, we haven't had one in the first 5 games below the 80 mark. The lowest average that has been recorded today is an 81.18 from Gary Stone. That was when he got the better of Harry Ward by 4 legs to 3. And that's a caveated average because he had that first leg where he was messing about on the double one.
125.
This is the best I've seen from Shewan. And Andy Bolton will be feeling people are raising the game against them, but that's
96.
That's a mark of respect as well, Henry, that people know they've got a tough game when you know, to see the John Hendersons, the Andy Boltons at the MODUS Super Series, the Raymond Smiths, the John Worsleys. It's fantastic. Yellow class and last week, it just seems to be building and building and getting tougher and tougher. And I'm fairly confident, Henry, that when them 6 players looked at Group A, when they found out,
100.
I'm sure all 6 of them will have rolled their eyes and thought, that's tough.
It wasn't meant to be easy.
140.
Nothing good comes easy. As both players are finding out here.
If there's one thing that's been lacking by Gary Stone and Andy Bolton, the highest finishes so far
60.
We're 87 going in today.
120.
Gary Stone had that magnificent 124. I think maybe it's just something Andy Bolton needs is a big century plus. You can see the disappointment then. He does like to go to that treble 16 with the last start, so he's done his work because 86 is he's probably ideally going to get a dart at the bull. Not now. What a dart for double 16. Oh, that dart at treble 17 was absolutely sensational. Complemented beautifully with that double 16, and I can assure you he will be feeling good, and Lee Shewan will be sick as a chip. Hence, there's that smile there. That smile of when he hit that treble 1, he thought, I've got my chance to take a foothold in this group, in this match. And then to see the treble 17 and double 16 will go, and that will hurt Lee Shewan.
100.
What a start. What a match.
Bringing the best out of each other.
100.
I am thoroughly enjoying this. I thought yesterday was good, and today's just warming up nicely. Look at the aggression. Love it.
58.
You're warming the tonsils up for a second there, Glenn.
I just like to see where it means something to these. This is the best of Lee Shewan. I don't think either player will be too disappointed, whatever the outcome of this game, but it's great when you're playing well and your opponent's playing well and you come out victor. And that's a stunning dart. We'll be seeing, I was going to say we'll be seeing Bolton use the 19s here, just the way them 2 darts were sat. But the lower of the 180. He does need a treble here.
97. Andy Wakar, 142.
He finds it. Andy Bolton, I said the only thing missing from his game right now is a century plus finish. Is this the moment? He'll stay there.
60. Lee Wakar, 104.
Advantage Shewan. All he can do now is set it up.
56.
And all of a sudden, when you see 82, the only thing you're meant to see is the red of that bullseye. Look at the eyes. Oof. So that leaves 71. So he's probably going to look at treble 13, known as favourite for his double 16. There's the experience. There's the reset. There's the setup. Just misses, 42. And there's the frustration.
Lee Wakar, 48.
Because this is a big patch to play. If Shewan levels this up at 3 apiece and goes on to claim the points, Here's another sizable advantage to Gary Stone in this
40.
group, but
Andy O'Carr,
2 darts to
40.
save the match come and go. And so Bolton is back for tops for a 4-2 success to keep the pressure on Gary
Being
Stone at the
shot
top
on
of
the
the
match,
table
Andy Bolton.
and to cut his lead back down to 4 points after the end of the 7th round of matches in this group. Andy Bolton is a 4-2 victor against Lee Shewan, and what a performance it was as well. A 98.21 average, 1 max apiece, 4 out of 6 on the outer ring. Really impressive stuff from both players. Lee Shewan playing ever so well in that particular match as well. So 2 rounds of matches down in this group. Glenn Durrant's going to make his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Chris Murphy. And then after the break, we're going to see Harry Ward back in action. He takes on Robert Rickwood. It's the battle between the bottom 2, and that's coming up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Glenn Durrant has joined me for a little chat on what we've seen so far. 6 matches into today, about the middle stage of this group now. And there's been some significant matches, hasn't there? Probably none more so than Gary Stone's win against Harry Ward earlier.
Yeah, Gary Stone was just absolutely fluently brilliant yesterday, and it was great to see. You know, he really demonstrated his A game. But today, he's sort of winning games and people have had opportunities against him. And I've quite enjoyed to see that side of him as well, because if I had criticisms of Gary Stone, when he's not at his brilliant best, his demeanour can be just a little bit off-putting to himself. So it's nice that he's actually winning ugly today, and yeah, to be on 7 wins out with 7 right now is a pretty fantastic achievement, to be fair.
Yeah, the table certainly doesn't look ugly for Gary Stone, flying at the top of it. He did survive a couple of match starts in that victory over Harry Ward. Andy Bolton, though, then winning against Lee Shewan, just keeps him in contention, doesn't it, to catch Gary if he can?
It does, but it does look like a 2-horse race. I think if anyone's going to come out the pack, it would be a Martin Adams, because we haven't seen the best out of him there. But yeah, it's you know, to be on 7 out of 7 there. But Andy Bolton is playing fantastic, and it just whets the appetite for the Stone versus Bolton game later. I can't wait for that one.
And Harry Ward is about to play Robert Rickwood now. That's suddenly become a match between the bottom two, but that position is changing all the time. Harry's been much better today, hasn't he?
I mean, Harry Ward could have really changed things if he'd have beaten, if he'd have beaten Gary Stone. I'm sure the players in the players area were all cheering for Harry Ward because Gary has the potential to be running away with this right now. So it's very intriguing. It's by far the best group I've ever been involved in. The quality of the players this week, all 6 of them. It's been really, really enjoyable, and I'm enjoying every dart being thrown.
Yeah, this one was 4-3 to Rickwood yesterday. Harry actually missed a match start in that one as well. Was that about the time when it started to turn for him?
I think so. I think Harry Ward is getting better by the day, and it wouldn't surprise me if he's there Saturday night. And what a dangerous individual and player he would be come then. So I think he's enjoying the experience. I think he's been very magnanimous in defeat. I think he's seeing the positives out of things, and I think the future's bright for Harry Ward again. And darts is better when you've got young players like him coming through again. So yeah, all the best to him.
Well, let's get it on then. Glenn is going to head downstairs to talk you through this one alongside Henry Deacon.
Yeah, cheers, Chris. So, Big H against Double R. Robert Rickwood against Harry Ward, kicking off the 3rd round of matches for our day here at the Super Series. So mark each other's card so far. Rickwood lost out 4-1 in his opening game to Andy Bolton, averaged 88 in that encounter. It's a high-quality affair. Bolton himself averaging 92.5 and a 1-2-4 checkout, which was at a crucial time. As a Harry Ward, he had a 1-5-8 checkout en route to a 4-2 success against Lee Shewan, an 82 average there. Then Rickwood, an 86 average, lost 4-0 to Martin Adams, who was in imperious form in that particular encounter. Then Harry Ward missed a match start against Gary Stone in a 4-3 defeat, averaging 88. So what we are seeing is a high level from Harry Ward today. The Rickwood one against Adams is, because he only had 3 darts at double, we're going to call that more of a scoring average over 4 legs. But as we know, Rickwood can do pretty much anything at any moment in time. As for Harry Ward, I think what we're seeing today, maybe just a little bit more consistency in his game.
41.
Yeah, and there's that laugh from Robert Rickwood, because he'd be frustrated as anyone because he knows what he can do. I mean, like I said, there was a couple of occasions yesterday when he was on for a 9-darter. I think Harry Ward is hopefully seeing the positives of this week, because, like I said, without the fear of repeating ourselves, it's a marathon, 85. Not a sprint. And Group A does not win you the week. It can put you in a good position, confidence-wise, etc. And at times we'll just begin to see some nice 66. Stuff from Harry Ward, but it's the inconsistency which is separating Bolton and Stone to the rest right now. A
100.
Pretty slow start from the pair of them. But Harry Ward, who has the dart, he'll be looking to hold his throw, but he won't be liking these flies he's having right now.
82.
They do have the option when they go back to the players' areas, a couple of practice boards. It's not a case of them playing the game and sitting there till the next game. So, you know, they should be warmed up. There should be no excuses for inconsistencies. But I think both of them also know how big of a game it is. I think the loser of this game on 4 points is the, you know, just then fighting for the Group B and Group C. I think if you ask them all right now, I think the only person that's going to catch Gary Stone right now 60. Is Andy Bolton.
Robert, your car 170.
Well, will we see the fish from Rickwood?
$94. Out of your car 140.
Oh, I like this route, the Bob Cross route. Executed like Bob Cross for Harry Ward. And 140 to take a 1-0 lead. That's added on top of the 158 we saw earlier on. He's getting better.
Second leg, Robert, to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, very reminiscent of that 158, which sort of was a catalyst for him in that game. And that was just beautiful. So what he can be saying to himself is, you know, let's tick that box off. When I've got a 3-dart combination finish, I'm feeling confident. This is the area right now, because Harry Ward was always a very, very solid scorer.
125.
And right now, you know, the assessment is, you know, could do better. But, you know, the marked improvement as he's going along. And like I've just said on the balcony there, it'll be no surprise to me to see Harry Ward do a key and T and get himself there after a disappointing Group A. And I'm saying disappointing there because I'm seeing positives
180.
with that type of finishing. And again, the quality of this game is just the whole group here. We're talking 90 averages, 100 averages after a couple, 2 or 3 legs in
140.
virtually every single game. It's about sustaining that across the rest of the match now, but very good.
And in Harry's situation, he's probably the perfect example of a player that could do with the
60. Robert
whole
O'Carr,
5 days. And
121.
him on day 2, we are seeing more the signs of the Players' Championship winner as he really gets stuck into Super Series life.
53. Harry O'Carr,
Well, we saw
136.
a 140 in the previous leg. Is he going to treat us now to a 136?
I bet he felt really good going for that, but he set it up nicely.
100.
That's a sign
Robert
of
O'Carr,
confidence he stayed on the 20 bed there, because a ricochet off them tungsten could have easily bust that score. And there's a little shake of the head. It's only going to be a dart at bullseye.
Game shot on the
That's
second
all Robert
leg.
Rickwood needs.
Robert
We are seeing
Rickwood.
finishing of the highest quality today from many of the players. And Robert Rickwood has finally joined the party because his day so far has been missed opportunities.
Third leg, Harry to throw
Setting
first.
them up,
Game on.
leaving a double, but not executing them. Is that double? Is that the turn? Is that the point? It's all turned for him because he needed something.
134.
And with Harry Ward sat on a double, it'll feel doubly sweet.
60.
There's a sign of a beautiful throw from the young man.
58.
Tall man, so he uses that very effectively, where someone like Robert's a bit shorter, so you'll see the trajectory of the dart going. He has to like raise it in the air, so you'll see it coming from the ceiling coming down. Whereas
40.
someone like Harry, who uses his height, can actually fire the dart at the target. And I guess that's the difference. But people say it must be easy if you're a taller player. Well, the greatest of all time, Phil Taylor, was only 5'9".
54.
So no excuses, no matter how tall you are. And let's a little look at that one, take a little bit jab. And that was a nicer dart, and the
140.
final dart was absolutely perfect for him. So, like I said, it's all replication is key. But that's ideal. That if I was working with Harry,
59.
you think he's got a fantastic base. A lot with Harry, I think, is about belief now. And what an opportunity he's got this week to try and get himself back to where he wants to be.
When you look at the mechanics
80.
of the walled throw, it's one of those where even after you take a little bit of time out of the game, because it's so simplistic, it's a traditional pullback and fire type
60.
throw. It's easy to kind of find your range again quickly compared to maybe a more methodical throw.
Yeah, I'm looking at sort of the elbow. It's really important, the point of release, that's staying in position there.
131. Harry
You
O'Carr,
know when you
136.
throw a dart, you know when you're playing well. And I started, when I was struggling, it felt like the dartboard was maybe 9 foot away. And then what you
100.
start doing then
Robert
is
O'Carr, 50.
lifting your elbow, bringing your shoulder into it, body movement. The best players in the world are people who have got a very simple throw.
Game shot on the third
And
leg.
Robert Rickwood.
Robert Rickwood.
Who's had his problems on the outer ring today, has all of a sudden found his finishing boots. And both of them are checking out very,
Both
very
leg Robert
nicely.
to throw first. Game on.
Last time I saw checkouts that pristine, it was Dale's supermarket sweep.
129.
Beep, beep.
They'll be going wild in the aisles. They'll be going wild in the aisles on Saturday night. Hopefully no inflatable
100.
bananas.
No, bring them with you. And tickets are absolutely free at dartshop.tv. Just a 7:30 start now, so no excuses to get yourselves down here. These players deserve it. Absolute quality this week, and Group B and C are exactly the same.
100.
Anyone you're looking forward to seeing? I'm looking forward to seeing Alan Tabban. My first match in the PDC was Alan Tabban.
Last time he was here, Kevin Downey played some
131.
good stuff, and I think he was better for the experience last time. Got to Saturday night, played consistently well, and I think in that Group
29.
C, he's going to be there or thereabouts. I really do.
Yeah, and I think that score from Robert Rickwood just sort of sums up his week. It's just that consistency with him.
85.
And with Harry, it just feels like 2 out of 3 darts are going the way he wants them to go.
The meatloaf approach.
Yeah, ain't bad.
81.
That's unlucky, that, because just got a little deflection at the end. He'll have felt that was a 140 every day of the week. And Ward needs to break back. But he needs a treble.
58.
And all of a sudden now it becomes the hands of 6 darts. From 162 for Rickwood will be his thought process. He'll just try and sit it above that. Now I'd use the board here with a bullseye.
55.
Because that would have left a 2-dart combination even if he hit the 25. And Paul Hinks' favourite finish.
127 and no game.
91. Robert Yukar 107.
So by using the bullseye, could have left a 2-darter, but if he's going to do it, he needs treble 16. Wow, for the tops. That's the first
87.
missed dart at a double in this game.
Yukar 36. Game shot on the 4th leg.
Ward levels
Harry
up.
Ward.
That was a nice leave in that last visit, wasn't it? Inadvertently for Harry Ward. So back and throw to a pit, and Robert Rickwood will just smile about anything, won't he? He just loves this
Just let Harry
game.
to throw first. Game on.
Don't believe that smile. That's utter frustration. He knows if that tops goes, then the difference between leading 3-1 and 2-2 in a best of 7 is monumental. So that's what the smile is. It's not about comedy or fun. It's a sign of just.
You know why he's
57.
smiling? Because he can't spake.
He did mention that to me yesterday. Some rugby commentary or something.
180.
Lovely darts there from Ward. Just watching him, enjoying him flourishing again as Harry Ward. He looked a little bit nervous, didn't he, in the first game yesterday? Rightly so. It's just
121.
warming up very, very nicely. What's your favourite day of the week of a MODUS Super? Is it the simple answer of Saturday night? Because
140.
I do like a Thursday when we've watched a fantastic group and we're getting the double sessions, and it's just all of a sudden, it's just things are beginning to go into place.
125. How do you call?
I like Tuesday because things begin to settle in. You get to know people a little bit better and things like that. You get to learn a lot more
85.
by the end of Tuesday.
After 12 darts, Harry Ward is on 36, and this is what he would do relentlessly a couple of years ago. He was such a heavy scorer.
60. How do you call? 36.
Like I said, he's just a very likeable person. I'd like to see a little bit of Andy Bolton grimace right now, because that will.
28. Robert Yukar 138.
The Della. Oof. We've seen some fabulous finishing today. I actually fancied that one going in at one point. But it's double 4 for Harry Ward.
106.
That's been quite good for the players this week.
Game
Just the
shot on
right
the 5th
height.
leg. Harry Ward.
And Harry Ward has taken a 3-2 lead and will have the darts in the final leg should it go to that. For Robert Rickwood, it's quite simply hold your throw
6th leg Robert to throw first.
and break
Game
Ward in
on.
the last.
Well, he's in purgatory, isn't he?
I thought he was in Portsmouth.
Same thing, isn't it?
85.
I'm going to say that first dart is begging for a maximum.
140.
Good player. Great to see him back. Robert Rick will be thinking everything I'm trying is
55.
going wrong, because I can assure you them first 2 darts, and then when you just slide into right in the corner of treble 5, he'd have been top of the table at treble 5 and have just slid into treble 20.
121.
And all of a sudden, Harry Ward is putting the afterburners on.
Having just under 94, making a push for the line. It just feels like things are clicking today
140.
for Harry Ward, but just when he thought maybe he might get a moment's peace against the Rickwood darts, the Rock comes back with another haymaker blow.
86.
That's a good last start to leave himself on a finish on 154 after 9, but Rickwood here should leave it handy.
That's a great dart. He'll stay there
96.
to leave the
How do you call?
125.
154.
Some of the finishing we've seen from Harry Ward this week. All he can do now is set her up. Oof, where on earth has that come from?
82.
Saviour.
Robert your car 125.
So Robert Rickwood will only have eyes on the bullseye right now, and that will hurt.
85. Harry your car 72.
So Harry Ward after 12 on 72, he'll expect at least one dart at a double, but he's going to get two, and two darts at double 12. It's double 6 now for the young man.
66. Robert your car 40.
And he had chances to beat Gary Stone, and now he's had chances to beat Robert Rickwood. Will that come back to haunt him?
Game shot on the 6 leg.
Because it's
Robert
gone all
Rickwood.
the way again. And there's the camaraderie between these players. Now it's the business head. It's Harry Ward to throw first. And all he'd be thinking right now is just give me one treble.
Game on.
100 here is absolutely acceptable at 3 each. That was a bit snatchy, that second dart.
97.
But that is a glorious last dart. Now the pressure's on Rickwood, who must hit a treble.
Treble found.
100.
Punch for punch. And after a poor first start, that 125 will feel like utter gold dust. He's a good dart from Rickwood. This is a quality match.
95.
And there's that little slide into 5. That's when things, when you're bottom of the table, that's sort of what happens there. They're both desperate for the win here.
54.
Now it's a case, Henry, trying not too hard.
It's trying to make it mean nothing when it means absolutely everything, and you could just see the
92.
ironic movement to the face of Robert Rickwood there as to say, well, why is it coming up dry at this particular point? And so it is advantage again to Ward with the darts, but now he's finding
61.
things difficult in trying to get down to a finish. He does, but it should have been more makeable than 164.
He'll hit that dart. Not the time. And dart is about timing.
18. Harry your car 164.
And that's an absolute disaster for Rickwood. So it's 6 darts and 164. Another treble 18.
132.
What a setup there is. Is that the decisive moment in this enthralling encounter that's gone all the way? Is Robert Rickwood going to be on the end of another 4-3?
100. Harry your car 32.
So Harry Ward steps up for double 16.
Game shot on the
And
match.
hits it
Harry
with
Ward.
absolute aplomb. And there's the camaraderie. Magnanimous in defeat as always is Robert Rickwood. A quality affair there. Harry Ward is just beginning to show the real desire and determination to do really well, and his averages are reflected in that. They're now over the 90 mark. That 140 finish has been a highlight of Harry Ward's day. The 158 earlier, a fantastic match. I thoroughly enjoyed that one. Certainly going to enjoy the next game. How about this one? Martin Adams versus Andy Bolton. Back very soon.
Match 8 is about to get underway here at the MODUS Super Series on Tuesday morning, and it is a meeting between the players placed in 2nd and 3rd in Group A. Martin Adams looking to close the gap between himself and his opponent Andy Bolton to 2 points, but if Bolton can win, he will be just 2 points behind the undefeated table topper Gary Stone. A repeat of yesterday's 4-1 victory would be more than handy for Andy, bringing the X Factor to the Super Series stage. And on hand to talk you through the latest performance, our very own double act. Who needs Jedward when we've got Glenry?
Yes, Glenry's been done before. Old Abigail, if she's listening. That was our name last time I was here, but this was a match that really stood out for me. I'm just beginning to see signs that Martin Adams is back to where he wants to be, though he's had a few games away. Sometimes when you're beginning to play well and you're looking, you're 3 or 4 games away from playing, whereas Andy Bolton had a fantastic match with Lee Shewan. So yeah, really looking forward to this one. Tough to pick a winner here, Henry.
I think based on performances throughout the course of the week, you would make Andy Bolton the favourite. If you look at the performances today, 92.48 against Robert Rickwood and a 98.21 against Lee Shewan for Andy Bolton. As for Martin Adams, an increase of level from game 1 to game 2. He averaged 85.55 in that 4-2 defeat to Gary Stone before an average just under 94 against Rickwood in that 4-0 success last time out. So we know Bolton's playing the most consistent darts. And so far this week, he's only had 1 average below the 90 mark. That was against Robert Rickwood in the final game of yesterday's session for him. That's how well he's been playing up to present. And if he plays at that level throughout the course of the week, throughout the course of the 6 days, then someone's going to have to do something special to stop him from trousering the £5,000 cheque.
I just feel we haven't been talking an awful lot about Martin Adams lately. And that'll be dangerous.
140.
Because he's always going to be the headline act. Doesn't matter what group yet. He's in, he's just got one of them names, one of them personalities, one of them faces that are iconic to this game of darts.
140.
Great start from both. Quality start from both. Just sit back and enjoy.
100.
I think I will.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because he's hiding the bed a little bit there, but I would use the bull on the last.
97.
Martin,
121.
Martin, so traditionally, he's someone who you know exactly what finishes. It'll be treble 17 and bull now, of course, but he doesn't deviate too much as he looks at the bull.
88.
Line and length.
84.
All wrong. Talking about line and length, what a match between England and New Zealand last night as Bolton looks at 84. Well, that's the one thing you do and do. But in the last game, he did something similar in it, a treble 17, double 16. On this one, it's either treble 13 or treble 19. On the one occasion here, where that, double 11. Wow, and that's exactly what he did similar in the previous game against, I think it was Lee Shewan, yes it was, where he hit the treble 17 after missing the big number. And that's where his thoughts will be right now. And I can miss a big number,
game on.
but I can still finish. And Martin Adams will be thinking, you jammy so-and-so.
You know you're playing well if you can miss and then still hit. If you get the drift.
100.
And boy, is he playing well. Making Gary Stone think. And like I said, it'll take him to 12 points this. And Gary Stone against Lee Shewan up next.
45.
And then there'll be that blockbuster game between the 2 top players. So the permutations are beginning to kick in already.
100.
Solid again from Bolton.
Solid as a rock.
62. $81.
Michael Merchant, thanks for listening. Thanks for the message. Just quite simply, come on, Wolfie.
There's still a lore about this man in
95.
the world of darts, and whenever he makes it through to a Saturday night here at the Super Series, we see significant crowd support for him. He's still a crowd favourite, still very much a
140.
prominent name on the darting scene. In a minute is Andy Bolton, who is playing all the right notes.
Martin's not playing bad.
Andy O'Carr 80.
Martin's averaging over 96. He's been to be made look second best against this fantastic player. He's going to have one dart at tops. Is he going to move? He's just going to move, and look, he'll be looking at the left-hand side of tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Slides
Andy
it, not in the
Bolton.
left, bang, plumb in the middle. Andy Bolton is on a roll. Andy Bolton is absolutely making Gary Stone think, you haven't got it yet, sir. I'm right behind you.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
Andy Bolton is saying to his opponents, it's time to face the tungsten.
Can I just say we're in a very small comms box here?
Your ears okay, Glenn?
Sorry?
Are you... I promised I'd say that at some point this week.
Can I get a warning next time, please?
59.
I just realised we nearly did that trick again where we have a little bit of a joke and a 9-darter could have happened.
36.
Oh, that would be nice, yeah. What was it last time? What was the
You were
something
talking about Owen Binks and the circus.
Oh, that's right. Did yeah, that's right. Career could have been down the
100.
pan before it started, but it certainly isn't for Andy Bolton right now, who was looking the real deal. Thoroughly enjoyed every darty. So we had a real lackadaisical game at the last game of yesterday, which may come back and bite him on the bottom. But apart from that, he's been
57.
absolutely superb. And a welcome addition to the MODUS Super Series, that's for sure.
Maybe not by his opponents this week, but by all of us watching at home, because he's playing some spectacular
87.
stuff here. Averaging 104 on the nose at the minute.
And he's not just doing it for himself as well. He's a mentor now, Henry, for the North Ayrshire Darts Academy. And his son, Bailey,
59.
playing in the JDC events, in the Scottish events, and got to another semi-final at the weekend. So he's just given back as well. And, you know, you can just see, I can see an awful lot in him there, which he can transfer that to the younger
137.
players about concentration levels, about preparation, about when you're on the hockey, how to feel, because I can just feel every dart with him. Whereas this guy's very, very difficult to read. You know, when you play Martin Adams, you're not really sure what you're getting from him. I think with every dart that Andy Bolton
83.
throws,
Andy O'Carr
you can sense it.
118.
So you'll stay on the treble. I don't understand when people go for the 18s on the first dart on this one. Yes, there's a potential now of a double 19, but in this position, you just look at the setup play, and that'll be
41.
disappointing because the fat 18's a must, and the treble is the bonus. There's a first sign of frustration from Adams, but what it does, it motivates him to get into that treble 20 bed. And that's what sometimes you have to
100. Andy O'Carr
do.
77.
You have to beat yourself up internally and set yourself challenges. So treble 19 for Andy. That's handy.
Game shot on the third leg. Andy Bolton.
Some of his two-dart combination finishing have been like eating candy.
Fourth leg, Andy to throw first. Game on.
He's knocking his bandy. Shall we stop?
I think we should stop. Don't stop though, Andy,
140.
playing darts of this level. And you look at The average there, just under 105. You look at the doubles percentage, 4 out of 6 in that previous game against Lee Shewan, 4 out of 11 against Robert Rickwood, and here,
58.
a perfect strike rate of 3 out of 3. He's playing pretty much unplayable darts at the minute.
Yeah, and obviously if he does go into Group B, which is, if he does some set, that's 3 from 5 coming through, you would find it. It would take a very brave man to say he wouldn't qualify from that group, because only the sublime Gary Stone right now is stopping this guy from running away with things, whereas Martin will be a bit fed up right now with some of his
68.
darts sort of sliding into 5s and 1s, which you don't associate that with the Wolf.
Importantly, Bolton and Stone are still to meet today, so
137.
the opportunity to cut that gap to 2 points, and that's notwithstanding the possibility of Gary Stone possibly losing elsewhere. He takes on Lee Shewan next, so it's still very much up in the offing, this group. We're seeing 2 premier performers take the table by storm as Adams looks to
140.
crank in a 180 to, at the very least, try and apply a bit of pressure, even if it didn't leave a finish. And so Bolton now 84 to see the job through, to win 4-0. He goes across to the 16 corridor with Adams
44.
not on a finish. And so he'll be sat poised on tops after 12.
You may see Martin look at the bullseye with the last dart here, because if it's a treble listen with his second dart, he's just pretty much all over the place, and probably at this moment just wants to get off the stage.
45. Andy O'Carr, 40.
But it's tops for Bolton. There's his marker.
Game, shot, and the
Confident,
match.
clean,
Andy Bolton.
decisive conclusion to that match. Expertly competent performance at the right time, Andy Bolton. He is playing absolutely terrific. The highest average of the week so far, 103.66. That is the type of quality we've witnessed this week from Andy Bolton. Yet he still sits in second place. So over to Gary Stone next. But Andy Bolton's done his part right now. Martin Adams trudgingly walks off, and just hasn't been Martin Adams' week. And there's the tail of the tape there. It's just a fantastic read for Andy Bolton's fans and family and friends. He's been absolutely superb. Gary Stone, over to you against Lee Shewan next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen one of the best games so far of the week, or best performances so far of the week, should I say. Best game for Andy Bolton, 103.66 the average, 4 out of 5 on the checkouts, 80% as well in that department, an 84 finish, 4 180s and a maximum for Andy, who is just too strong for Martin Adams in that one. Adams beaten heavily, didn't get more than 1 dart at double in that game, and it means that Bolton just keeps up the pressure on Gary Stone, a couple of points behind him, but Gary Stone is in action again, looking to maintain his winning streak, having won all of his games so far. The man out to stop him is Fleetwood's Lee Shewan, who's shown some decent stuff at times himself this week. Let's get the action underway in this one then. Glenn Durrant is alongside Henry Deacon to talk you through it.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, looking forward to this one. And Gary Stone, this is a big fixture for him because he's seeing Andy Bolton in his rear-view mirror come up from behind like Max Verstappen in the back of his Red Bull car. And he knows that any slip-up and he may be overtaken by the X Factor. And in the cobbler Lee Shewan, you've got a dangerous, dangerous player on your hands. He was a 4-2 defeatist to Andy Bolton in his previous match, but averaged 92.63 in that, 2 out of 5. And in his first game, which was also a defeat to Harry Ward, an 86 average and 2 out of 8 on the doubles. He's not playing bad, but has been on the receiving end a couple of times.
Yeah, every question that's been asked to Gary Stone, he's had the answers for so far, but part of me, the nasty part of me, would like to see a Shewan victory win here to set up that blockbuster of a game with Andy Bolton, but he would need to be in his A-plus game, Shewan, to beat a man who's been absolutely fantastic this week in Gary Stone. 7 out of 7 from absolute the sublime to the ridiculous at times, but in the end it's just victories. And this is the Lee Shewan I was talking to yesterday, who said he felt very confident about qualifying and getting through this week. He was one of the players who said what a tough group this group here is.
And Gary Stone's one of those types of players that can win in any manner possible. He has shown that he can win spectacularly and he can win by completely dominating, but there's also been times where he's had to go to the well and find something important. Survived a match dart against Harry Ward last time out. So he's asked the question both ends where he could be a dominant force, but when the question gets put upon him, he's able to conjure up an answer. Can Shewan conjure up a question for him here by pinning the double 12? Well, he is going to come back for the double 6 with Stone back on 269, but he may have to do so under some considerable pressure.
137, Leo Car 12.
And that pressure's there. He would still sit still in the hands as he looks at the score for double 3 here.
9.
Gary
Car 132.
And maybe, just maybe, that 137 there from Gary Stone to leave the champagne finish. Treble 19. Oh, you can see there, because he knew that first dart was absolutely perfect for him for the bullseye. He could have kissed it off into the bull.
60.
And the thing about this 3 finish, right, is don't underestimate the fat one. He does that. Big dart.
Gain shot in the first leg, Lee Shewan.
And that's a top class finish there, because he deserved. He was well ahead in that leg of darts. So many times we've been involved in that type of leg where all of a sudden the doubles become a bit of a mess.
First. Game on.
And the opponent has 1 dart at a double and takes victory. So Shewan has settled nicely. Let's see what Gary Stone is made of.
140.
And that was one of the advantages of his bulbous barrel, wasn't it? Where if it's set up quite nicely, you can almost aim at the dart knowing that a kind ricochet or deflection
48.
will guide its way into the double.
Yeah, so sometimes, Henry, you can let go of the dart and you're thinking, where on earth is that going?
60.
Like you say, I like the word you've used there, that ricochet. Sometimes it can kiss off the tungsten from the second dart and fly into double 1, and you casually walk out your dart, but inside you're thinking, you jammy git.
59.
There's some kisses you want and some kisses you don't.
Stop looking at me like that.
140.
Beautiful scoring once again from Gary Stone. That's been his rock this week. Like some part of yesterday. It's a different type of Gary Stone
95.
performances today, but
161.
I think part of me is enjoying this side of him more than that fluent best, because if I had the criticism of Gary, these are the games
90.
where he would lose, and he would lose because of his manner. But he's keeping himself together despite being brilliant best and just carry on with these victories. People having darts to beat him, shrugs it off.
125. Gary
It's the double to win.
71.
As he looks at treble 13, a fat 18, the double top.
Game shot on the
Beautiful
second leg.
darts,
Gary Stone.
Gary Stone. That Stone has been a diamond this week, as he has his eyes on that prize,
Third leg leader through
£5,000
first. Game on.
for the winner this week. To get yourself into Champions Week, where like Conan Whitehead.
100.
Raymond Smith, wasn't it, of course, in Series 2.
£20,000.
95.
You still got the confetti on your hair, Glenn?
Yes, it was a great presentation
55.
night. It was a great night. It was a fabulous night, and I just think now at the 7:30 start as well. So you know, you're looking at the final about 11 o'clock now. I just think it's conducive to fantastic darts in the sense that we're going to have a massive crowd playing at the times that players are used to playing.
81.
Yeah, it's going to be a phenomenal week.
I don't want to sound like the ombudsman for Portsmouth Entertainment. However, let me propose to you a night
41.
and a day in Portsmouth which sounds like nothing else. Look at me like that, Glenn.
I'm thinking Fratton Park's coming into it somehow.
Fratton Park, or there's we've got a few nice
59.
restaurants just down the road from us. We're going to have a little bit of food, maybe have a nice glass of red or something like that. Come in here, cheap drinks as well, on top of the free ticket. So it's a value for
44.
money night out. And then we finish at 11:30, so you could go to Gun Wharf down there for the evening. I'm just providing you with a entertaining night like no other.
125.
I'm like a holiday rep for Portsmouth.
Take a holiday for Jet 2. That's Gary Stone on 200. We want to put some pressure on this 81.
97.
Sensibly.
Leo
Users
Carr,
ideally
81.
wanted to stay on the treble 20 bed, but it would have been very difficult to get through there. He messed up double 12 earlier. That's a good marker.
Game shot on the
What a
third
dart
leg.
there is.
Lee Shewan.
They're the things that Lee Shewan, who started well yesterday with the 2 wins, and has been unfortunate with the defeats since. You know, he's been the better player in some of them games. But what you've got to do is execute
Both
them
leg Gary
finishes.
through first. Game on.
And that's a different Lee Shewan. This would really put the cat amongst the pigeons. And there's that grimace from Gary Stone that I like.
58.
Don't beat yourself too much up, Gary, right now. Things are going your way, so just get back. Get to your reset position.
85.
You haven't had a 180 for a while, Gary. Show me one now, please.
97.
Cracking darts from the Scotsman. Absolutely delighted to be back in the Scottish team, Henry. He said he will miss Ross Montgomery and Alan Suter. He said it sometimes just doesn't feel the same without them as Shewan, who has
139.
represented England. And is proud of that England shirt more than anything he's ever done in his darting career.
180.
Said we hadn't seen a 180 for a while, Henry.
You're a visit out, Glenn.
Do you know the one question I didn't ask, and which I'm going to look into, is Gary
180.
Gary Stone looks on there as Lee Shewan bangs another 180. What a game. That's all I seem to have said this week.
'Cause we haven't had a bad one yet.
Leo Carr, 97.
Potential 2-darter here, 97. So to treble 19 for Shewan. So 78. Looks like he changed his mind there. Did you see that? He was going to go double 19.
Leo Carr, 70.
A double top. But quite sensibly, he went the traditional way, because 70's not a gimme, but what a dart that is. Tops.
Game shot on the
What a
fourth leg.
finish that
Gary
is.
Stone.
Every question that gets asked to Gary Stone, he comes back with an answer. And there's the sportsmanship between the pair of them. A big well done there from Lee Shewan. Hope you're enjoying this
This
as
leg
much as
leader
I
through
am.
first. Game on.
Don't forget on Twitter at MSS Darts, give it a follow. And that does a 180. Any questions for me and Henry to have a chat about?
125.
Plenty to chew the fat over, so do send your questions in to us
96.
at the MODUS Super Series. I'm
99.
just having a look again at the sheet that we have in front of us where we log all the information for the day. The lowest average of the day so far is 80.89.
60.
Everything has been 80 or above in terms of the averages today. That is a rock solid, steady standard for sure.
60.
Andy Bolton's averages today scarily are getting better. 92.5, followed by 98, followed by 103.
140.
But you don't want to peak, and that was my only concern yesterday. How that his last game of the day, he just didn't look himself. And one thing I've learned about MODUS Super Series, it's about peaking at the right times. And you know, people have brought energy bars in, and you know, people go and get a bit of fresh air during games. That's probably what Andy Bolton's learning
123.
over there. But Lee Shewan putting a fantastic performance on, and I'm sure the guys to the left of me be shouting a Lee Shewan win because it just makes the group more interesting.
60. Leo Carr 94.
76, so you look at treble 20 for double 8.
78. Gary O'Carr
And
145.
the trend, a fantastic finish. Now, Gary Stone has yet to have a major. He did have a 1-2-4 earlier, but something like this would be the icing on the cake for him.
81.
But
Leo
all he can
Carr
do is set it
16.
up. And Lee Shewan for a hold to throw. Double 8. Big moments.
12.
That is hugely
Gary
disappointing. Not
O'Carr,
because of the miss,
64.
Henry, but just how far away they were from the double. And like I said, Gary Stone will be thinking everything is going right for me because I'm going to get a dart at tops. I like that. He just composes himself for one dart at tops. And you
Game
just
shot on the
felt,
fifth
I don't know
leg,
about you,
Gary
Henry, you
Stone.
just felt that was going to go in. And you can see Lee Shewan just absolutely devastated with that double. And Gary Stone, probably mentality is thinking right now, people
6 leg
just
Gary
don't want to
through
beat me.
first. Game on.
Because Gary Stone is restricting you to one chance at best, and so when the opportunity comes and it goes and you're unsuccessful, you are expecting the response
60.
from the Scot.
And I bet Gary Stone's had days where he's not played as well as, you know, it was going to be hard to replicate what he did
60.
yesterday. And people are taking them opportunities. And that's when Gary Stone, in my opinion, can take to social media and put his disappointments on there.
140.
But this is a new man. It should start now, the journey, because I think he's learning, even at this stage, about himself.
58.
I got a message last night off his friend, his sponsor, Alan Kerr, where he listened to what I was saying about him and relayed that information. When I walked in this morning with me coffee and
131.
croissant, I expected Gary to say, hey, be careful what you say about me. But hopefully people respect my opinion of, I just want the best for someone like Gary Stone because
99. Gary O'Carr
he
170.
can still do big, big things in this game.
In the commentary box, we do give our feedback, but we
89.
also do it in a constructive way, because for a lot of these players, they're using this as well as a springboard, and if we can help them in any which way
44.
possible,
Gary O'Carr
then
81.
we'll try and do exactly that. As we did when me and Chris Mason were sat here last week with Jack May. It's always good to,
41.
if we can give players little pointers and things like that, it'd be great. As Stone sets himself fair on tops. This would be for 8 in a row.
60.
And the
Gary
little
O'Carr,
exhale of breath there
40.
from Gary Stone. He knows exactly how important this dart is. There's his marker. And
Game
there's his
shot in the
double.
match,
Gary
Gary Stone.
Stone, you have been absolutely magnificent in this very tough group here. A brilliant one for Lee Shewan. He's putting himself in good positions, but just not seeing out their missed doubles in leg 5. Will pretty much come back and haunt him. And just look at that checkout stat for Lee Shewan. 2 from 12. Unfortunately, it's just not good enough at this level. For Gary Stone, the trend, the charge, it continues. It's 8 out of 8 for the Scotsman. An absolute wonderful day. And it's Martin Adams up next against Harry Ward.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
It's available to watch worldwide, but you can get up close and personal here at the MODUS Super Series. Join us on Super Saturday. Tickets absolutely free via dartshop.tv. Just head there and you could be here at the party in Portsmouth on Saturday. Back this week, though, in Group A, and Gary Stone, well, he's just made it 8 wins out of 8, and he's looking like he's going to storm to Saturday himself. But Andy Bolton, hot on his heels still. They still have to play each other twice, so nothing cemented for Stone yet. Next up, though, it is Martin Adams against Harry Ward as experience takes on youth in this 10th match of the day. And it's got the same kind of feel in the commentary box as Henry Deacon is alongside Glenn Durrant.
Thank you so much as always, Chris. Yes, I think it's about time Martin Adams came to the party. I think the idea of being in Group B is not a bad option, really, especially when you see someone like Gary Stone running away with things. And this is a big game in a sense that maybe third place is what these lads are now looking at. There seems to be like a couple of leagues set up. Gary Stone versus Andy Bolton for the victor. And the rest of them are all bunched up together. So every single game will have the connotations and permutations, which we'll be chatting you through for the next day and a half. But yes, inexperience versus experience, you could argue in this one, Henry.
Yeah, a tale of two players at contrasting ends of their career so far. Martin Adams, the man who's been there, won it, done it, won all the T-shirts on more than one occasion, up against Harry Ward, who has won things in the past, but is looking to restore former glories in his comeback run in 2023 and beyond.
First leg is Martin to throw first.
If
Game
he
on.
was to be successful over the course of the next 5 days or so, it would represent a huge moment in the reignitement of his career.
$83.
As for Wolfie, we saw him at Champions Week last time out, still throwing some great darts, and he came in as one of the replacement players.
60.
He was the second best reserve. Lost out in the final to Justin Smith last time out. Champions League before
42.
that. We had the pleasure of having Wolfie in the commentary box. But big names of Grace's commentary
93.
box. No more bigger than the 16-time world champion himself. On opening night, Phil Taylor.
How was he?
Loved it. Absolutely loved it. And Fallon Sherrick in this
60.
commentary box. You've had the likes of yourself, Chris Mason, Paul Nicholson, Scott Mitchell, Corinne Hammond. Of course, we've got the legend that is Chris Murphy occupying the shores of this commentary box.
100.
Speaking of big names, we've got Chris Dobie watching on. So Chris just asking, I bet you love that Man United beat Newcastle at the weekend. Nah. Hope you're doing well, Chris. Thank you for the continued bullying in our chat room, our chat group. 2 major winners and 2 others, it's called, after his win at the Masters. As Harry Ward looks at a max.
140.
And Martin Adams will be looking at a 2 treble visit here. 140 would be nice to set things up. And there's 1 treble. Harry Ward's one of them players that watches every single dart thrown. Like I said, many options for 108. But if you're a treble, a double 16 favourite, then 19s is usually the route that
56.
players go. But all
Matthew
you can do in that point
76.
is set it up. So 76, I always say the 20 is fundamental, the treble is the bonus. So you look at the fat 16 now for that 1 dart at tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's all he
Martin
requires in this
Adams.
game, and Harry Ward will be thinking, I was right on your coattails there. I just wanted that 1 opportunity. And that's what he's thinking as he checks his flights.
Second leg,
Himself
Harry to
ready. He
throw
realised it
first.
was just
Game
a
on.
holder throw for Martin Adams, so no panic. Harry Ward looks like he's in a good headspace right now and just beginning to show
140.
himself, first of all, and others, what he's all about, because, as I've said many times this week, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And Harry Ward just seems to be playing his better dart as the week goes on. And if he can get himself into the Group
100.
B, where there's that opportunity of 3 place and 5 going through, he would feel confident of doing that as we look at this throw.
93.
He used to be called, well, is it Big H, isn't it, is his nickname? So he uses that height to the maximum. Whereas you see Martin Adams there. And like I said, the big thing of this week, you don't often
66.
see him going to these 5s and 1s, and that's something he'll want to eradicate quickly, or something he'll want to change, because that is not the game. Martin Adams is one of the straightest dart players that you will ever see.
134.
That's a lovely setup from Harry Ward to leave 134. It's advantage Ward in this leg.
How often do we describe Wolfie as a ton or a ton 40 magnet?
83. Harry O'Carr, 134.
Ward here will have 6 darts on 134 to level this game up. He's going to need the lot. But he's going to set it up quite nicely indeed following that treble 20.
94.
And so set fair now for a go at tops after 12.
Where is the Premier League this week?
Exeter UK Open weekend.
That's right, Exeter. Who
Did
has
you know it was in Dublin last week?
81. Harryuka 40.
Oh, when Binks was there. He told me.
Game shot on the second leg.
Tops
Harry
for a
Ward.
level game for Harry Ward.
I wonder who has the bar of playing Chris Dobie. Did I ever tell you at Exeter?
They'd like Martin to throw
I
first.
think I was
Game
at
on.
Gerwin, but I think I had my highest ever average Premier League at Exeter. It was awful behind this. It was freezing cold. People were practicing in gloves, and for some bizarre reason, I went up there and played absolutely fantastic. Then the next day,
100.
in the fourth round of the UK Open, I drew Peter Wright and lost something like 10-9. It was 10-9. It was a tough one to take, but happy days.
134.
So, Chris Dobie, if you're watching, if you win the Premier League, you too could be sat here in 4 years' time next to Henry Deacon.
Chris, I'll give you one word of advice.
Don't win it.
45.
Oh, Visa taking over the commentary box. Yourself, Nico.
I said the last time I shared a house
100.
with Nico and Newcastle were playing, he was screaming. I think they were playing Southampton. It must have been the semi-final of the Cup. Geordies, man. They called it a Mickey Mouse Cup when Middlesbrough won it. This time they're taking over Trafalgar Square. Fickle.
140.
I was glad to see Man United beat Saudi Arabia in that game, so we move on.
Chris, if you're watching,
100.
I apologise on your behalf.
Martin Adams will be thinking 6 darts from 216. It's a good marker for how he throws his darts and just uses that tungsten to tickle it into the treble.
140. Harryuka 167.
Job done for Adams. And if one thing we haven't seen this week, it's a massive finish. We've seen some fabulous finishing. And a lot of them come from the man in your picture there, but it sets that up nicely to make this
76.
76. Arguably only got 1 dart or a double. And that makes it very tricky. Is he going to do an Andy Bolton and recover nicely? Certainly is. The double 8.
60.
But unlike
Harryuka
Andy Bolton, he just
36.
trudges across that there to give the opportunity to
Game shot on the third leg.
Harry Ward. He takes it with a plum. Double 18 right in the middle there. For Harry Ward, who takes the advantage because that was a breaker throw. So he's done the hard work. So
Both like Harry to throw
the
first.
riposte must
Game
be
on.
very, very simple now. Just give me a 15 darter, Mr. Ward.
96.
Make your opponent work for it. Make your opponent hit 12 darts to beat you. Keep it solid and keep it simple.
I'm going to put something out there now. I think the rest of the group will be happy about the fact that they
78.
restricted Harry Ward to just a couple of points following the opening day's play, because he's found that gear that we know that he had from his time-winning Players'
100.
Championship events now. He's finding that groove. He's getting better.
He hasn't panicked, has he? That's what I think I've liked about it.
Averages 105.13. Martin Adams is averaging
44.
87 himself. It's just dipped down to just under 85. And he's not played bad, but he's not being allowed opportunities. We're just seeing a real incline, aren't we, of performance. And Adams is going to be on the receiving end of it again, because
99.
his last game against Andy Bolton, he averaged 104 against him.
Andy Bolton, who destroyed Chris Dobie in a Pro Tour recently.
How do you put up with it, Chris?
99.
Just about to say I'm really liking this from Harry,
80.
but I thought if I do, he'll go into the 5s, and that's exactly what he did, because they're the stamp on them opportunities when you've got them. It just hasn't been Martin Adams' week so far, has it?
Saw it last week with Danny Laupy, that no matter what he
95. Harryuka 126.
did, just someone seemed to have an answer for him, and sometimes that can just be the case in darts. And as Ward, he doesn't have to go for the bull. He does go for the bull.
101.
Sometimes you just got to see how you can react to when you get kept asked questions, because it can be Easy to put your head down, but this man's way too experienced to let that affect him. He will know that darts is, well, he calls it himself, doesn't he, on the day.
55. Harioka 25.
And I think you've made the panic, but I've never often seen that with Martin. He just can't work out why his darts, which tells me he's practicing well.
9. Martin Yuka 130.
Disappointing darts and Ward, and that sort of alludes to the fact that he went for that bullseye when he didn't need to. Them single dart finishing has been really, really good, so why would you go for the bullseye and give this opportunity to Martin Adams, who requires the ball? And do you know what? I really fancied that to go in there, and that would have been a huge lesson learned for Harry Ward, who looks at #8.
Game
with one dart in his hands.
Flag. Harry Ward.
He's been absolutely different class when he just had that single level double to hit. So there's lots of positives and negatives that Harry Ward can take away after the first day and a half.
Game on.
And I'm not sure if he's someone who does self-reflect and look back on the games like many of the players do, but personally, I'm just seeing the positives from Harry right now, Henry.
I'd imagine that this week he will, just because of the circumstances of which
45.
this week lay for him. I think any player, whether they would have been over-analytical, under-analytical, in his situation this week, I think they would watch things back to get
96.
a true reflection. We saw him at Q School, of course, in January, but this is a world test of where he is on a long-scale basis.
You don't often see this, and I don't mean the darts of
44.
Martin Adams, but he's just beating himself up. He can't understand why he's so far away from his dedicated target.
58.
And for Harry Ward right now, it's quite simple. Just punish it. You don't often get these opportunities against the great man. So grab it while you can.
60.
Because if there's one thing Martin Adams can do, is he'll find a way to dig in and find a result if he has to do it.
But Harry Ward, maybe I've been a bit unfair, because he's averaging just
140.
just shy of 98. He's been a dominant player in this game. And usually when I do a bit of analysis on the night,
100.
what I'll be looking with Harry Ward is how much he's improved from day one of yesterday. He seems to be the one who's on that trajectory of going upwards. And that all goes well for the rest of the week.
77.
2 trebles required minimum from Adams. But it's not the treble one that he requires.
43.
Confused,
Harioka 130.
disappointed, angry. Will be the thoughts of Martin Adams right now. But this young man has to keep it simple, and that last dart is an
85.
absolute beauty to leave a 2-dart combination finish for the match.
To round off a magnificent performance in style.
There's the frustration of darts, Henry.
Harioka 45.
To put the pressure on. But Harry Ward has 2 darts in his hand, a double 16, and now double 8 for the win.
Game
And a
shot
win
on the
it
match,
is
Harry
for Ward by 4 legs to 1. An impressive performance, a 94 average for Harry Ward. Martin Adams himself averaging 83 and change, but it wasn't quite enough in this particular encounter. It's another impressive performance by Harry Ward. As I say, 94.35 the average, 50% on the outer ring for Big H. It's a big W for him against Martin Wolfie Adams in terms of the league table. It puts him into second place above Martin Adams on 8 points following 9 games. We're going to get into our next game now. It's going to see Robert Rickwood in action. He takes on Lee Shewan.
The next match here at the MODUS Super Series involves two players looking for an elusive win as good friends and travel partners Robert Rickwood and Lee Shewan put alliances aside in a bid for both to end something of a losing streak. Neither have won today, and after a promising start yesterday, Shewan is now 6 straight matches without a victory. But fortunes are about to change for one of them, and we will find out which one over a possible 7 legs. It went the distance when the pair played yesterday. Shewan edging that one, and now looking to get his first win since. The action will be described by Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Looking forward to this one. Robert Rickwood against Lee Shewan. Two good friends going toe-to-toe on the hockey. The man from Burnley up against the man from Fleetwood. Well, these days you can only really hear that at the darts, not the football. But these two good friends actually travelled down together from Lancashire down to Hampshire on Sunday afternoon. And there's quite the story regarding their journey down at the weekend, which we'll talk about as the game goes on. Robert Rickwood, a nice little chat with Paul Hinks before play gets underway. Before the game gets underway, the game will be playing a friendly mood, but once game on is called, all friendships will be cast aside.
Yeah, I did have a little bit of a snigger, actually, because they were blaming each other
Looks
for
like it's Robert to throw first.
a missed turn.
Game on.
Lee was too busy answering my questions. I sent all the players a little bit about them, your favourite moment, etc. He said he was answering them, looked up and said, "You want to be turning off here, Robert?" And they were like, "No, I don't." "Yes, I do." And when they took the wrong turn, and 35 minutes later, Rickwood is charging him extra for petrol.
83.
But I can assure you, all friendship is put aside when you cross that hockey. Like I said, even so early on the Tuesday, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but maybe
83.
they're just now thinking of third place because it's so bunched up there. They're seeing Martin Adams not at his best. It's actually Harry Ward who's taking the ascendancy right now, and I've just had his manager,
95.
Matt Ward, send me a little message, so it's great that the players are watching and, you know, cheering on, but Harry Ward was just so complimentary about Matt, how he's sort of stood by him and accepted his decisions, and it's important to have a friendship like that. As we hear the dulcet tone of Paul Hinks.
Careers in sport aren't linear. They don't follow
96.
the exact same structure for everyone. So one person's path is going to be different to another person's path. And the fact that he's been given those assurances during that time,
40.
is great for him.
It's nice that the Pill have got sponsors. Robert Rickwood, very grateful. Dragonfire Group Limited, St Helens Dart Shop, and Munro Garage
60.
in Accrington.
Robert your car 158.
You know, without them, that help, that sponsors, that monetary support. As Robert Rickwood looks at 158, we've seen this already today.
134.
And I'm just seeing a bit of aggression in Robert Rickwood's face there. And maybe just, he's beginning just to get a little bit frustrated. And sometimes you've just got to find it in your inner self.
131.
What a setup that is from Lee Shewan.
24.
And that puts all the pressure in the world on this 24. Pressure.
Game shot on the first flag.
What pressure?
Robert Rickwood.
Much better from the rock. And there's just something I'm seeing in his whole demeanour there. Gone as that smile he's been doing. Maybe touch feeling sorry for himself, dare I say.
Second leg lead to throw first.
And
Game
there's
on.
just that little bit of anger that I like in a player.
Well, he didn't miss the wrong turn off that time, did he?
135.
Boosh.
Although, to be fair, I can't really talk because me talking about driving and judging driving is like Gillian McKeith judging how to do a Bush Tucker trial.
Yeah, she'll make my driving look decent.
140.
Mind you, I'm not the worst driver of the Super Series. Only one person that accolade belongs to.
59.
I'm saying nout. That's ground to lift most nights.
55.
Both Lancastrians, both represent Lancashire in the county system. One of the things I did enjoy, I did go to Yorkshire for a couple of seasons.
120.
In and out. There's that rivalry between Yorkshire and Lancashire. See, on 306 there, especially the
41.
fact that Lee Shewan's on 187, his first start has to be at the 19s. Because a treble 19, even a single 19 following, does leave the potential of a 136 to leave a finish.
57.
And it's just them minor things. Just, you know, I think the Dutch sort of started this way, even from the 200s, 300s, where people are already mapping out their plans for a finish. Yet he does it this time on 265.
130.
It's Lee Shewan to get back on an even keel. There's part of it. Look at treble 18 and a 12 or a 20. And the concern for the 20 is
98.
a little knock on that first piece of tungsten. Could have easily bust the score, but job done for Shewan. Now just needs to execute the double.
123. Leo car 32.
So this game up.
Game shot
One
on the
apiece
second
it
leg.
is.
Lee Shewan.
And again, it's just another one of those games that's just so solid. It's been, well, it's been the mantra of the week, hasn't it? We've seen
Third leg, Robert, to
5 and
first.
6
Game on.
visit legs as if they've gone out of fashion. That's how good the level has been. It's been so consistent around that basis.
Yes, the so solid crew have been these 6 players, which was
49.
question 19 yesterday in our quiz. We did fantastic in the quiz yesterday on wedding songs, didn't we? We really came into our own. I even knocked on Bandy with a little bit of
140.
Shalimar. But I must admit, I was struggling with, was it Pitbull?
Yeah.
I was struggling with them sort of answers.
I don't think I'll be
100.
playing any of them songs at my wedding.
It's all about the Shalimar. Let's make it a night to remember. I'm getting excited.
84.
I'm always excited when I'm in your company, Glenn.
You say all the right things. Rickwood approaches the board, just slowly. That's a
92.
That's a bit of a saviour, that last. It just keeps him in the leg. And an important leg, and the fact that it is dart, but Lee Shewan's taking control. And what he would do now is a lovely couple of trebles on the 19 bed, but that's acceptable. Keeps him in a big favour for this group. And Robert Rickwood, you feel, needs a 2 treble visit now. That's a good marker for Robert. And he'll feel the frustration, but that's
100.
a nice dart. Good dart. Good game.
Good second dart. Just double checks the position of that dart. It is in the treble 20 just. Just sneaks into the corner.
125.
And he kind of used the barrel of the first dart, didn't he, as a guide for darts 2 and 3. And that's why he's left set fair on 56. And he's going to get a go at it.
56. Leo car 56.
And this, if I can be critical of Lee this week, this is the these 2. But I do like that. He's all of a sudden starting to reset himself. Is he going to prove me right or wrong? And there's
46.
that smile from Robert Rickwood behind, who I think
104.
fully expected that to go in. But he's the 104 finish, and this would really hurt. Using the 16's bed. And wow, that is
96.
right on the way.
Leo
And that
car
just
10.
pretty much sums up the Rocks week so far.
Game shot on the third leg. Lee Shewan.
For Lee Shewan, that is a big dart because he's put himself in winning positions this week, Henry, and hasn't finished them off. He could very, very easily be in double-figure points right now.
Fourth leg leader through first.
And the thing
Game
for
on.
Lee Shewan right now is just not to panic. I think most of the players realise that Gary Stone or Andy Bolton is now going to run away with this. But there's options the rest of the week. And with darts like that, it's just getting yourself there on Saturday night, because they'll all fancy the chances if there can be one of them 6 players on Saturday night.
41.
And Lee Shewan's one of those players who just keeps himself handy at any point, at any moment. He'll always be hanging around in legs. He's not one of those players that you'll see drifting around the 300s when a player's on a finish. He's always going to be there or thereabouts. He's averaging 101 now at this point in the game. And this is
82.
probably the best we've seen of Shewan on a consistent basis here at the Super Series. We've seen these types of games before, but we've then seen them followed up by averages which should dip just a bit below. This is by far the most
95.
consistent we've seen him over a period of games in this competition.
Here's one for you, Henry. How many of this group here, which we've waxed lyrical about this week, will be in here Saturday night?
140, Leo car 86.
While you're thinking there, showing a look at treble 18. Plum for double 8 for a cracking leg of darts.
78.
And that, yes, that's how he feels about that, because that has been his downfall this week. If he starts putting them away, which he's probably doing on the practice boards, and that's what will be really hurting him.
28.
He's got to put that
Leo
aside
car
now.
8.
And for a very clinical 13 darter, a double 4.
Game shot on the
Very
fourth leg.
acceptable.
Lee Shewan.
Look at the positives, Lee Shewan, and once again, you've put yourself in a winning position. This time, do a Richard Ashdown told me, run through that winning line.
Fifth leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Cobbler will be hoping to get his skates on.
Cobblers. So how many players will be in here Saturday night? I'll hold you to this on Saturday.
140.
Guaranteed one. I think there's a high chance, there's a high percentage. The maximum you can have is 5. Wouldn't surprise if we see 4. And that's 3 in a bed for Shewan.
Just totally and utterly. I can feel it for Robert Rickwood. Just everything is going against me is how he's feeling right now. But these are the types of performances we are seeing from these 6 players this week. Another 100+ average in the offing here. 104 average exactly right now. Andy Bolton's 103.66 being the highest of the week so far. So 181 in 4 darts.
71.
Just think wherever he's placed on Thursday and Friday, Shewan is going to be so dangerous.
Like that.
121. Royal car 170.
Yes, I saw like them darts from Shewan. Robert Rickwood, there's that smile because he knows if he was going to do something to win this game, he needed a moment like that, and no better than a 170. But it's Shewan who looks at 2 darts at tops, and that's something that's changed. That just getting himself ready for double 10, and he just creeps right into the corner. The 2 friends embrace, and Lee Shewan with one relieved man. He opened up fantastically well yesterday with 2 big wins. It's been a tale of woe since there, but there's the friendship put to one side while they're playing, but there's the tail of the tape. 102.88 for Lee Shewan. Absolutely sensational darts. They shared 3 180s between them. Very acceptable percentage on the checkouts. No big finishes there, but Lee Shewan, that's by far his best game of the week. Will be that the moment he now kicks on. What a game coming up next. This whets the appetite. Make sure you don't miss it. Top of the table clash. Andy Bolton versus Gary Stone. Do not miss that one.
Hello again, you're rejoining us ahead of a big match coming up between the Chaser and the Chased. As second place Andy Bolton meets unbeaten Gary Stone. 8 wins from 8 for Gary, but how has Stone fared in the past at the Super Series? Well, very well actually. His win rate there is around 60%. These figures from before today's play, by the way. He's coming up for 150 matches and has an overall average of more than 90, including, of course, that brilliant high of 112.2. Quite simply, Stone has been a gem, and if he can win his next match, then he will edge closer to wearing the Group A crown this week. But if Bolton can beat him, then it is game on. Biggest game of the week so far, without a shadow of a doubt. Stone can soar 6 points clear, but Bolton, also unbeaten today, could close the gap to 2. So let's get the match underway without further ado. Over to Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris, and perfectly put, may I add. This is the game of the week by a long way. When I walked in this morning, where was this game placed? Well, it means as much as it did this morning, and boy does it, because the man in your picture right now has been absolutely outstanding. We've just been talking off air there of how good Andy Bolton has been. My concern is he petered out a little bit late last night. Whereas this guy is 8 out of 8. But today there's been a different type of 3 wins out of 3, because it hasn't been the fluent 100 averages, the 97 average. It's been good, but he's sort of been winning just a little bit ugly. So it has all the trademarks and all the ingredients to be a fantastic game. Just sit back and enjoy. Henry,
First leg is
who
Andy
wins this
to go
one?
first. Game on.
The million-dollar question, isn't it? Well, let's look at the numbers before we make surmisations of predictions. Gary Stone, game 1, 88 average, 4 out of 14 on the doubles. Bolton,
60.
game 1, 92, 4 out of 11 on the doubles. We then look at an incline in performance from Bolton again to average 98.21 and 4 out of 6 on the doubles in a 4-2 success
46.
against Lee Shewan. He then inclines the average from there to average 103.66 and 4 out of 5 on the doubles in a 4-0 win against Martin Adams. Now, if he can play in the middle of that range, then
57.
it's going to be very hard for anyone to stop Andy Bolton. That's Gary Stone included. For him, so far today, 4-2 win against Martin Adams as he piles in the first max of the match, averaging 88.33, 4 out of 14 on the doubles. He then proceeds to bring it down to an 81, 4 out of 18, although that was caveated by a dodgy leg on double 1 to beat Harry Ward 4-3, having to survive a match start. And then he brings it back up to the 90 mark against Lee Shewan. So I think if we are playing this game on the story of what we've
55.
seen so far today, Stone will probably be a visit behind in a lot of the legs. But what he will have to do is when he gets finishes maybe around the 81 to the 1-2-1 range, that's probably where he's going to have to cause all sorts of dangers, especially if Andy Bolton is going to carry on in that vein of form.
Well, Andy started off a little bit slowly in this leg.
100. Andy O'Carr, 100.
That 180 there has put him right in the ascendancy. And this could be the difference, this type of finishing. Because the pair of them haven't been brilliant on 100-plus finishes. They've been excellent in everything as he looks at double 16.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
that is all
Andy
that's
Bolton.
been missing from this pairing so far. And absolutely sums up that when they play each other, the first leg is hit with a 104 game. The sportsmanship is there. But I think we both realise, I think Gary Stone has to dig deep right now. He has to realise if he goes 6 points clean at this stage, he's albeit won the competition in my eyes. If he allows
41.
Andy Bolton, and I don't think I had a fist pumped at that stage. I had gritted my teeth and held my own throat. He does not want to be too nice in this situation because that carrot of leading by 6 points
60.
is absolutely massive in my humble opinion.
By the other token, can it be a way of relieving the stress and tension of the situation?
121.
The stress and tension of the situation should be managed within. And look at this. Look at the determination in that face, Henry. He's managing it his way.
100.
I don't even think he wanted a fist pump Gary at that stage. I think he wants to hate Gary right now.
140.
But every time a question has been asked about Gary Stone this week, he's answered with aplomb. big dart and another treble here will make Gary still. But Gary's still a big, big favourite. And at some point in these 3 darts, he will be using the 19s. He won't like that. So 19's not required.
85.
But that last dart, gold dust. And Andy Bolton can meet him on 114, but not now. Just checking the scores. And all that's doing is making Gary, who's got his hands in his pockets there, because it's still a bit nippy in there.
112. Gary
That's why we need a red-hot
114.
atmosphere on Saturday night, so we want you all here as Gary still looks at treble 18.
$42.
Is
And your
that a
car
slip?
142.
There's the scowl, the growl. There it is for all to see. Does it mean anything to these players?
60.
Have a
Gary
look at them 3 darts
72.
again. 72, so we'll be looking at treble 16. He'll stay there. And how many times have we said 1 dart at tops?
Game shot on the
And
second
how many
leg.
times has Gary
Gary
Stone
Stone.
delivered? He's been second best for a big part of this game already, but he's level at 1-1. Andy Bolton has something to think about, but it's
Third leg
Andy
Andy to
Bolton's
throw
darts.
first. Game on.
How important will that be, Henry, at the end of this game?
As you mentioned at the top, if you look at the stats for today, Bolton should find himself a visit in front in a lot of the
99.
legs. So if he's got the throw and the odd-numbered legs, that makes life incredibly harder for Gary Stone. Bolton, right, he's playing at his mean at the
100.
minute, 92.64, a plethora of ton pluses, a lot of them 2 treble visits as well, plus the max that he had in the opening leg. He's found a base level around 92, and if you find a base level around there in this competition and this
59.
format, you are not going to lose many games.
Every time there's a treble-less visit, it's exaggerated more when you've got the quality of these 2 players that you see.
58.
And that's what we're seeing right now. But the difference was Andy Bolton just got his darts. He looks like he's sucking on a Swede just for a bit of energy. For Gary Stone, don't show Andy Bolton anything.
100.
Just grab your darts out and do it behind him. Get back to your 180 scoring. There's him talking to himself now. That aggression, which I like about Gary Stone.
100.
That's when he's at his best. This is not about averages, this game, all of a sudden. This is just about getting over the winning line.
45.
Wouldn't it be apt if it's a Bolton victory this week with the UK Open? Because what a phenomenal time I had at the Bolton Wanderers Stadium in the
100.
early days of the UK Open. It was boiling hot in there. The atmosphere was unbelievable. It was just too small of a venue in the end for something so magnificent.
Your first experience in Bolton was probably better than your last, though. In the Pro Tour, was it? 2021?
81. Gary O'Carr 143.
Yeah, it wasn't a great crit because I had to explain it. Anyway, moving on.
Honestly, one thing you'll learn about me, Henry, is my memory and knowledge of darts. Someone asked me where I won the Premier League, and I said Milton Keynes. It was Coventry. As Andy Bolton looks at 117. Big darts because it's his throw as well. We said there have been no century finishes between them much this week. Double top for a second in this game.
97.
Ooh.
Gary O'Carr 24.
Remember that moment as Gary Stone looks at double
Game
12.
shot on the third leg.
He's
Gary
looking
Stone.
good, Henry, isn't he? The Rolls-Royce play, as you called it yesterday.
Here's the typical Granite
Fourth leg,
Scott.
Gary to throw first.
He
Game
does
on.
exactly what he needs to do. He gets stuck in. He throws great darts. I mean, his greatest quality, I think, is his 140 hitting. It's up there
60.
with some of the very best outside the PDC. He got 6 in his game against Harry Ward a little bit earlier on. Got 5 against Martin Adams, and then he had a little bit of a regression in terms of the 140 department against
59.
Lee Shewan by only hitting 4 of them.
That's perfect. And he's one of them 140s that Henry alluded to.
100.
Just 100 on this occasion. Like I said, this is just more of a battle. The averages aren't to write home about. The finishing's been great between them.
100.
Maybe just a lot of respect between them, or the importance of what this game means, because I'll stick my neck on the line and say this time, if Gary Stones wins this one, there's no looking back for the other players then, because I can't see him losing 3 or 4 games after this, which probably will be required.
$100.
Let's not write Bolton off just yet.
And 140s are like test match 2s. They may not have the gravitas of a 6, or in darts' case of
57.
180, but you get enough of them, then you're going to tick yourself down the scoreboard sooner rather than later, and it's that department which is ultimately going to win you games.
Yeah, the big difference in the 2 throws
140.
here. Gary doesn't finish off his follow-through. If you see it there, finishes sort of in the air like a Superman. Can you see just the final point there
45.
in the air?
Andy O'Carr,
Now watch Andy Bolton's, where it's fundamental for him to see out the follow-through. He's virtually touching the floor. Just can't get... We can get that side on as he looks at the double there.
139.
139. He'll be starting on the night. No, it looks like he's going upstairs. And all he can do now is set it up with a fat 19.
99. Andy O'Carr 32.
It's double 16 for Bolton to get back into this game, because this would be a break, a throw. Important darts. Big dart.
No score.
Is
Andy O'Carr
that
40.
the moment?
So here's where the tungsten tide shifts in Stone's direction.
Game shot on
It
the fourth
may
leg. Gary
well
Stone.
do. Jot them darts at double 16 in the notebook, because Gary Stone is a leg away now from opening up a 6-point gap at the
Looks like
top of the
Andy
Group A
deserves
table
first.
to move him
Game on.
onto 18 points. There's still one more game left to play in this particular session. He could see himself close to home and hosed with a day to spare.
Match 5, Gary Stone, Harry Ward.
59.
Harry Ward has darts to beat Gary Stone. Match 9, Lee Shewan a 2-2 with Gary Stone, misses darts to go 3-2 up.
58.
And in match 12 there, the big game between the 2 big guns, missed darts by Andy Bolton. Yesterday, Gary Stone didn't give the opportunities to players. Today's been a totally different type of day for him.
100.
And you know what? That's what I'm liking about him. He's just trying to G himself. He understands the situation. That is the better Gary Stone.
58.
Don't shake your head. Get back. You're in a fantastic position right now. People just aren't punishing him, Henry. That's
96.
that's the conclusion for me of today. People are getting opportunities, but they just don't want to finish him off. And if you give him a dart or a double, he will hit it.
And he's had the power of being the man at the
59.
top of the table. You almost command this authority that when someone gets in a position to depose of you, they know the significance of what they're about to do. And as a consequence,
60.
maybe that added miss comes into play that perhaps it wouldn't have come if Gary's, say, 3rd or 4th in the table. That air of authority can
81.
be oh so significant.
I used to have a lot of luck in the BDO. Honestly, when I was #1 seed for floor events, I just felt I had all the luck in the world. Sometimes when you're just bottom of the table or you're searching for a win.
145.
Right now, Gary Stone's thinking he's probably using all his luck up in Group A. My only concern would be for him is if he needs that little bit of luck or a miss
Andy
from
O'Carr,
someone
41.
on a different day, it goes against him. For Andy Bolton, after 15 darts, 2 darts, a double 16.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Still
Andy
in this game.
Bolton.
This is a massive leg of darts because Gary Stone will be thrown first. Make Andy Bolton work for this victory.
6th leg Gary to throw first. Game on.
This is where I get my obsession with mannerisms, body language, how they're reacting.
100.
And he likes that. You can't ask for much more than a ton to start. There's the steely determination there. He wants this. What a dart
140.
that is. That's making Gary Stone think. And It's the fact he's dropping low. Just make him feel the tension. But what a last
91.
start there is.
Our previous visit was Andy Bolton's third 140 of the match, and how timely it may be, and how he may back it up. How he may need to back it up as well.
100.
Ton's okay, but a 140 would have seen him take command of the leg.
$100.
Fantastic dart from Stone. Andy Bolton to take control. 140 would be nice at this stage. That certainly is not what the doctor ordered. I'm amazed he
80.
didn't stay on that treble 20 there. And there's the problem potentially with his shoulder. Gary Stone's going to take full advantage.
87.
In fact, it's only Tuesday. That give you concerns for Andy Bolton's rest of the week?
It's a long week still. I think if you don't win Group A, you have to wipe what happens in it
59.
away, out the
Gary
window.
O'Carr, 123.
Render it irrelevant because you've got a clean slate in Groups B and C. And Stone here for the treble 18, and then subsequently the bullseye for the match. Bolton
91.
will need to take
Gary
out this
O'Carr,
1-2-2.
122.
It's a big ask. He needs that treble 18. Wowzer.
97.
And when he let go,
Gary
that
O'Carr,
will have felt good.
32.
Line and length. Wasn't too bad, but over to you, Gary Stone.
Game shot and,
And
the match.
that
Gary
is
Stone.
perhaps the biggest win of Gary Stone's week yet. It is 9 from 9, but he's now stretched a 6-point lead over Andy Bolton at the top of the Group A table. 4-2 success for the Granite Scot, averaging 85.5. Andy Bolton, 87.15. 2 out of 8 on the doubles for him. 4 out of 4, perfect for Gary Stone. Played some good stuff in that game. And so he moves himself onto 18 points. He's putting himself on the periphery on Tuesday here in Group A. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's the final round of fixtures for the second day here at the Super Series. It's going to see Lee Shewan in action after the break as he takes on Martin Wolfie Adams. Do join us for that.
Well, that was a huge win for Gary Stone before the break there, and here is how it affects the table in Group A. Stone is on cloud 9, winning all of his matches so far. 18 points amassed already. In the last couple of weeks, 20 points has been enough to top Group A, so Stone only a couple of points away from that mark. Could be there, of course, by the end of the day. Andy Bolton now 6 points adrift of Stone. 4 behind him, Harry Ward, then Lee Shewan and Martin Adams on 6 apiece. Next up is the final outing of the afternoon for that pair. Both have won a match each today, but it was Shewan who won their Monday meeting. If Lee repeats that result, he will actually end up with the exact same record as yesterday when his 2 wins came against Robert Rickwood and Adams. So the first of our final 3 fixtures is about to get underway, and it will be described by Glenn and Henry.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yes, I did catch Martin Adams about half an hour ago. And I heard him telling the lads, I'm just too old. I don't believe that. Lee Shewan, I was delighted with Lee's last game against his good friend Robert Rickwood. A sensational 102.88 average. So maybe now he's just looking positively. I think Lee Shewan's here for the week. I think he knows exactly what he needs to do. And that's just about securing 3rd place right now. Not that Andy Bolton is confirmed as 2nd just yet, especially with the fact that I can't help but notice Andy seems to be struggling with his shoulder. He did sort of mention it to me, and maybe the whole week of practice would be detrimental to Andy Bolton. I think him more than anyone would love to have got through Group A, and that just gives opportunities to these 2 guys.
First leg is leader through first.
I know the first rule of commentating is no bias, but
Game on.
a Saturday night with Martin Adams is exactly what you need.
Certainly sell the tickets. Darts like this sell tickets. They put bums on seats.
140.
I've been impressed by Lee Shewan today. I really have.
It's just frightening what confidence can do for you in that 102. He bounced to the hockey. You could just see that extra bounce in the step.
95.
But this guy's got his own trials and tribulations at the moment. I don't think I've ever seen him sort of come off and be so detrimental about himself, and you know, maybe just
45.
the conditions and everything for him. It's, you know, it's just, but he's used to it. I don't know how much he's practicing these days or what his main plans are, but he'll hate that because you just don't see that from him, Henry, do you?
43.
Because at this point you just feel anything that could possibly go wrong does go wrong, and when you start falling into that trap, things can become very difficult indeed.
137.
I just think he doesn't understand why it's happening, because nothing goes wrong with that throw. It's the same every time. He's pushing that dart through. He's getting that elevation, that trajectory, just sliding, and sometimes it's just about timing as well.
48.
He may not be just feeling it there, but the last thing I'd want to do with mid-competition is sort of ask him. But this guy just found another gear all of a sudden.
139.
Wonderful darts, Lee Shewan.
Even himself tops after 12. Good opening leg from the cobbler. Just continuing where he left off against Robert Rickwood.
100. Leo Carr 40.
Toss for a 13. Tops it is for a 13.
Lee Shewan.
And the thing is, he makes it look so comfortable. You don't see a change of emotion with Lee Shewan depending on how he plays. You'll see exactly the same approach from him, regardless of how the cards are stacked, regardless of how the cards are laid.
I still think he'll benefit from a crowd. I still think he will feed off a crowd. And you know, some people, just by getting a Saturday night, they just become a different animal.
100.
And it is strange circumstances out there. It's just, you know, like I say, when what people don't see the PDC is predominantly many of the games are behind closed doors in Barnsley, the Wigans of this world, and you know, it's just you, your opponent, and the dartboard. You know, they're the fundamentals of the game, and that's what the conditions are out there. I mean, the stage and the setup, the professionalism, the referee, everything is, you know, as professional
60.
as you can get. It's amateur darts played in a professional manner. The production, everything. And that's why the players love it. I don't think I've spoke to any player who said, well, that experience was awful. They absolutely love it, and it's just motivating yourself to get the best out of you. And right now, that motivation for Martin Adams is more frustration right now because
85.
just the facial mannerisms, everything, it's just not Wolfie.
You could tell people enjoy this when you've got world champions like Neil Duff, Premier League players
100.
in the past in Jelle Klassen, all itching for that invitation here, every single phase, every single series.
Andy Bolton, I lost my card. One of my first jobs I did was contact Modus and give me an opportunity.
140.
It's been a breath of fresh air this week. It's all been about Gary Stone.
55. Martin Yukar, 116.
Gary Stone asked me how my game was. I said I'm playing more like Sharon Stone. As Wolfie looks at 116. He's one of the few players who can just slide over that first dart.
28.
But that's not what you call a setup, and that gives Lee Shewan a chance. And on 168, he thought he had no chance, but dart all of a sudden potentially makes him favourite for the leg, the way Wolfie's feeling.
100. Martin Yukar, 88.
So look at treble 20 first. Treble 17. Anger. There was actual steam
36.
coming out of his ears, I can see there.
Yukar, 68.
It's a disappointment that from that position he should have given himself at least a dart at the bullseye, and that's not what he's been able to do. And so Shewan here with the opportunity at tops again.
48.
This time just drags
Martin Yukar,
underneath, and
52.
well, you can ask it to go up, Lee, but it's not going to change once it's hit the board.
I liked it when he was just, dear me. I liked it when Lee Shewan was just resetting on that last dart. Just sometimes can feel a little rushed with him, but Martin is all over the place. But usually, when you get one dart or a double and you've had a
36.
stinker, wowzer.
Lee Yukar, 20.
I think wowzer's a word I've used about 15 times today because it's the shock of seeing Martin swinging his darts all over the place. But Lee Shewan has to punish.
15. Martin Yukar, 16.
And that wasn't a sheep in the background, but that was Lee Shewan thinking, what have I done?
For Martin Adams, he's been given this opportunity.
Team shot
You
on the
don't
second
give
leg.
Martin Adams opportunities, because when you do, he by and large takes them.
Yeah, just absolutely no reaction from Adams. And that's a positive as well.
Third leg leader through first. Game on.
As bad as things have sort of been going for Martin, he hasn't, his integrity, his professionalism. It's
180.
always a thing that's sort of made Martin Adams be, what he is. But I can assure you, he is absolutely furious right now.
$85.
What a max from Shewan. I think he was thinking of the 9 there.
100.
Surely we are overdue one at the Super Series. The first and at the moment only 9 darts in this venue came in the second full week in this venue, and it is still a record held by Conor Heenahan
60.
on a day where Steve Brown missed a double for it as well.
$96.
Have you been in the venue for all of the 9 darters so far?
The one here, I was on the call with Paul Nicholson, and I did one in Southampton, which was Graham Usher up against Dan Reed in the Champion of Champions special event that we held before we moved into these new 12-week formats. It's a special moment.
44.
Martin Adams a long way back. And only a max will suffice.
$140. Lee Yukar, 81.
It does mean Lee Shewan might change his plans now, because that 156 for Martin Adams mean he should really go for the bullseye. But I think in his mind he'd already
49.
planned
Martin
what he was
Yukar,
going to do.
156.
And at 156, how many times have we seen Wolfie punish someone? Because Wolfie would have definitely gone for the bull.
So Shewan is back for 32.
70. Leo Carr 32.
A 2-1 lead.
Game shot on the third leg. Lee Shewan.
2-1 it is. A big difference in the averages. Big difference in the power score impact, but Martin Adams is just keeping himself in the game somehow.
Fourth leg, Martin to throw first. Game on.
It really should be 3-0 to Shewan right now, but it is only 2-1 and Adams darts, so in normal circumstances. Doesn't seem to be normal circumstances for Martin Adams today. He's just
95.
not himself. Perfect. He opened up with a max in the previous leg.
85.
And he won't like that 5. Better from Adams.
140.
Shewan must replicate that, and he'll love that sight of that first dart. Begging for a max.
125.
And we've talked about that bulbous barrel of Shewan and just sort of bounce off that like a trampoline into the 5. Once again, Adams is under that treble 20 bed.
For health
58.
and safety reasons, I wouldn't recommend playing darts on the trampoline.
That was another question in the quiz yesterday, wasn't it? Something about which Taylor got, some game where it involves a
140.
trampoline.
He was bouncing about with that answer.
Save me, Chris Murphy, save me. Martin Adams on 208.
100.
That leaves that
Leo
108
Carr,
where
151.
so many variations of the finish. But it's Lee Shewan on 151. And boy, will he hate that first start.
41. Martin Yokar, 108.
It's a bit of a scrappy game, which Lee Shewan really should have been putting to bed quite comfortably. Once again, he covers the bed, but stays there when a gaping hole of treble 16 was sat there for double top. It doesn't, like I said many times, he doesn't often deviate from that treble 20 bed.
45.
And for me,
Leo
that is the
Carr,
possibilities
110.
when you're hiding away the target. Treble 18.
58. Martin Yokar, 63.
Big deep breath as he looks at the treble 13 bed. The double 12. Big dart in this match as Shewan looks away.
57.
Once again, just
Leo Carr,
slides away from the
52.
double. Something we're not used to seeing as Shewan steps up right in the middle of 20. There's the reset that I like. He looks at the hockey, makes sure his feet's the same.
Leg. Lee Shewan.
And so, you know, when I've seen him do that, 9 times out of 10 the doubles are going in. Sometimes I feel like he's rushing that last dart, and the momentum's taking him forward with him and dropping low on the
Fifth
double.
leg leader throw first. Game on.
So if he's watching this back, something to do on the practice board. Not today. I wouldn't experiment in a mid-competition. Do what you've always done.
60.
But when you get home and you're doing your practice sessions, 50% are going straight for the darts. And what I say to people, 50% doing the Rob Cross.
46. 96.
A big last start for Shewan. And he's lost games he should have won this week. And he's beginning to win games where there were 50-50 games. That's the tide turning for Shewan because he can put himself onto 8 points and get close to Harry Ward. Put some
30.
pressure on that third place because I can assure you there's a big difference in my opinion in being in Group B to Group C for 2 reasons. Playing on the morning and only 2 from 5 going through.
140.
Compared to playing the conventional in the night, which the guys are used to, and 3 from 5 going through. So there's a big incentive, in my opinion, in getting in the second or third spot.
More than anything else, it's the percentage play of it all.
123.
Showing here then, 205 points away. from a 4-1 win. That'll move him on to 8 points. Level on points with
58.
Harry Ward, and with a 4-1 win would be level in terms of the legs difference bracket as well.
No 180, so Martin Adams today. Stat I didn't think I'd be saying.
85. Leo Carr 147.
By the way, Does' tips fell at the first fence. Useless.
A bit like your Cheltenham Festival in a couple of weeks.
43.
I do like Cheltenham. It's a long time since I've watched it though. As Adams looks at 217. 177 would be nice here. Really? Oh no, well. 6 and 2 threes, I guess.
100. Leo Carr
But this is for the match.
104.
I've seen people going 16 to 104, but I think Lee's more traditional. He's going to get a dart or a double. That double is double 16.
88.
Just slid into the
Martin
big 16,
Carr
but
117.
this is the type of finish that Martin Adams will gullop up. It's only the one treble required. Such treble 19 on this occasion. Just not happening for the Wolf.
57. Leo Carr 16.
So for the match, for a 4-1 win.
Game
And there it is for Lee Shewan as he gets the better of Martin Adams by 4 legs to 1. It's been a good day for the cobbler. He's played some good darts, and it's another average in the late 80s, 87.21 to get the better of Martin Wolfie Adams. A disappointing average for him there. He'll be looking to go again tomorrow on Wednesday. He's still only 2 points off the top 3 as things stand. So very much in the race for Group B action on Thursday and Friday evening. However, big game coming up next. Harry Ward in action up against Andy Bolton. A win for Ward would put him into the top 3 and within 2 points of Bolton overnight. If Andy Bolton wins, then he'll put the gap down to 4 points upon Gary Stone before his last game against Robert Rickwood. 2 more games to go. Do join us after this.
So this week's Super 6 in Group A are just completing their final matches of today's play. In fact, Martin Adams and Lee Shewan have just done that. And it went the way of Shewan, who sits in 3rd place, but that may change before the end of the day. Gary Stone soaring away at the top, winning all of his matches so far. But now it's a meeting between 2 players who will probably feel they deserve to end the day picking up 8 points, but only one can. Both Harry Ward and Andy Bolton have beaten everybody but Gary Stone today. An intriguing encounter in the penultimate match of Tuesday's play, as narrated by Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Yes, totally agree. Intriguing contest. Who would have thought Harry Ward could potentially be 2 points behind Andy Bolton at the end of play day 2 after a very, very slow start yesterday. But that's the motivation for Big H. Whereas Andy Bolton, he'd be really, really disappointed as that's not the jiggle wiggle, the juicy wiggle, sorry, this time. That's just him just flexing his muscles there, just flexing and keeping that shoulder as free as possible. You see Dirk van Duivenbode do that enough. I've played Dirk and the smell of deep heat on him.
First leg is Harry to throw first.
Sometimes there's water coming from my eyes. But looking forward to this game. I'm absolutely that Harry Ward is beginning to show exactly what he's all about, Henry.
Now you're playing in the world scene. You should be used to deep heat. As for Harry Ward, the other end of the experience scale, looking to rejuvenate a superb career before taking a little bit of time away from the sport to look after matters at home and getting everything together, and now back in the sport and providing some good stuff. That previous performance of his against Brian Adams, a 94 average. We've seen a 92 as well. We were saying it, weren't we, that he's getting better as the week goes on, and I think the more he finds the rhythmic
60
mannerisms again, the more dangerous he's going to become.
Yeah, it's nice to see him in the spotlight again, isn't it? He's a lovely lad.
125. $100. 60. 97. How do you car 158?
Yes, this was the second part of Dozz's tips. I had Andy Bolton to hit the most 180s as Harry Ward looks at 158. Is it deja vu?
139. Andy O'Carr 144.
Andy Ward with the 158 earlier in a spectacular exhibition of fantastic finishing. And Andy Bolton, all he can do is lay up now, and he does that very effectively.
Andy O'Carr 19.
So Harry Ward will be looking at the 3 or the 17. Ideally the 3, and that's right in the middle for 2 darts at double 8.
Game shot on the first leg.
Absolutely superb from Big H. Really enjoying seeing him playing well here, Henry. He's looking so much more fluent.
Second leg Andy to throw first.
Dare I say he's beginning to enjoy it.
As we mentioned yesterday, he might be the sort of player that the second group 100. Is maybe where we see him qualify for finals night. He's got this kind of luxury here where tomorrow is going to be a day where he can just
60.
Throw and see how it goes. Of course, the objective will be to get into Group B because it gives you more opportunities to go through. But he's got this freedom tomorrow, which you don't often get in
60.
darts. And he should embrace that.
And I think from Andy Bolton's point of view, it will be a... You know, I've played really, really well at times. I just haven't been as consistent as Gary
55.
Stone. I've just come across someone who's just in sparkling form this week. And, you know, second place in normal circumstances would be good. I'm just more thinking of physically for Andy Bolton. And maybe it's just part of his DNA that he flexes
43.
those shoulders there. Maybe it's just part of what he does and there's no problems at all and you're talking rubbish, Durrant. Or is it the fact that a week here... I remember when I commentated on John Henderson, who'd come on the back of a couple of weeks of darts. And he looked shattered before the week started. And by the end of the week, we were virtually carrying him off the stage and maybe felt like he got the timing wrong of being here at the Super Series.
140.
Yeah, I remember speaking to Endo Abadi. He played week 12 on the back of Q School. Then he played Challenge Tour. Then he played week 12. And he won week 12 and he had an average good enough to play in Group A of Champions Week, which actually probably was a little bit to his detriment as Andy Bolton looks to get back at Harry Ward at a 158 of his own. The man who got a 158 against Lee Shewan earlier on today. That was a game marked with brilliant finishing because Shewan himself against Ward had a 153. But A member of Henderson, he came straight back off week 12, and by the end of it,
Andy O'Carr 60.
just struggled a little bit. Chris Mason, the series before, had the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off because of the average situation. Bolton here, double 10.
50.
Just on
Andy
the other
O'Carr,
side of the wire.
62.
And so Ward, for the break of throw and a 2-0 lead, you want 62.
Yeah, Harry wasn't getting these breaks early on Monday, and now he's getting the opportunity. It's just going to be the one dart at a double, and that double's going to be double 16.
46. Andy O'Carr 10.
And them sparkling averages from Andy Bolton have gone. He sort of does peak very early in the morning, doesn't he, Henry, rather than sort of the back end of the day. And we sort of saw this yesterday. I thought he was going to throw the last dart with his
Andy
eyes
O'Carr
closed.
16.
It's double 8 for Ward.
Game shot on this second leg. Harry Ward.
Very good from Big H. By hook or by crook, he's taken these legs because there was legs he could have won yesterday, which he didn't. So he's just had to grab them and just accept the fact that Andy Bolton is not at his sparkling best, because at times this week Bolton has been absolutely brilliant.
70.
No 180s yet. But does his tips is
121.
pulled up nowhere, fell at the moment.
So you could be a former Premier League champion, sit next to me in the commentary box and get nothing right in your
60.
tips.
I must admit, Matt Edgar's tips, I hope he's not watching, but he was absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, there'll be a WhatsApp in a minute.
He was absolutely brilliant.
100.
I think the DP will be coming out for Andy later. He's now got a grimace on his face there. It is tough.
123.
The only time I've sort of played on, off, like the circumstances when I played for England, it was one leg of darts. With some really good times. They were exciting
100.
days then. Andy Ward on 248. You won't like that first one.
Maybe we could have a
82.
news of the world type week.
Yeah, there's so many options. I'd love to see a ladies' week or a group of ADC winners. You know, it's just so many things to play with.
60.
But it's getting so tough to squeeze everyone in the 13 weeks now, because everybody wants to play in the MODUS Super Series. 20 grand to the winner and 5 grand for the week. I mean, that is big, big bucks, and that can set you up nicely. I mean, look at Adam Warner. The 5 grand he won.
98. Andy O'Carr
That
120.
paid his Q school, and look where he is now. He's going to be making a debut at the Euro Tour this month.
Here's the story of the competition, without doubt, as Bolton look to climb the ladder up to the top.
Game
A
shot, on the
shot
third
to the
leg.
top
Andy Bolton.
for Andy Bolton.
And a breaker throw.
Fourth leg, Andy to throw first. Game on.
I just think I'd like to see a bit of determination in Harry Ward right now. Probably not in his personality or in his style.
78.
I'd like to see him grit his teeth, because you don't often get these opportunities to beat someone like Andy Bolton, who's far from his best right now. That's a beautiful dart from Harry. Just begging for another.
85. $100.
Who's your tip for the UK Open this week then, Henry?
Pick one player out of 160.
60.
Oh.
Will it be a Premier League player?
180.
Oh, does his tips is flying. The most 180s in this game for Andy Bolton.
I think this is the type of TV tournament that would suit a Damon Heta.
94. Andy O'Carr
I'm not saying it goes on and wins it, but I
143.
think this is the one way he could go deep.
If Damon Heta's listeners, Andy Bolton goes to this 143. That leaves 66. What a setup that is to leave double 8. But Damon Heta's asked me never to tip him again. Had a message off him last time. Nice from Ward.
140. Andy O'Carr 16.
For a level game. been so close on this double 8. It's been absolutely bizarre. He just seems to be attracted to the wire.
Team shot on the fourth flag.
This time was
Andy
right
Bolton.
in the middle, as he says to himself, where have you been, double 8?
Fifth flag Andy to throw first. Game on.
The perfect dart for Harry. He's not getting his...
55.
The line and length just gone a little bit awry the sort of past 2 legs. He had this game in the bag. And all of a sudden you just see that as he looks down to the 19s now. You just feel Andy Bolton has taken real control of this match. It's the final game for Bolton. I think he'd be glad to get some rest on their arm.
60.
For Gary Stone right now, he must be in dreamland. I was asked the question, can he win 5 out of 5 today? And I said, absolutely no chance, because the quality of the group is just too much. My tips
100.
are absolutely fantastic, aren't they, Henry?
Oh, they're absolutely excellent, Glenn. Chris Dobie, if you are tuning in.
60.
I'll give you a bit of advice. I'd probably put the notifications of that WhatsApp group on mute right now.
Oh, it's been worse than that. Who could forget my 58 average at the Grand Prix? It's just too soon.
98.
You brought it up, not me, just for reference point on record.
140. Andy McCall 167.
6 starts and 167 for a break of throw for Bolton. He's making his charge in this leg. Which usually means a big one.
41.
Sorry, Andy. Barry Ward probably thought this leg was going away from him. Another one of them.
100. Andy McCall 126.
126 is all about the 19s. The Grimace is back. And when the Grimace is there, it usually means one thing.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Andy Bolton.
Continue to grimace is my advice to Andy Bolton, because when he has that growl, when he has that determination, I just think he's had the stuffing knocked out of him with that loss to Gary Stone. But winning breeds confidence.
Sixth leg Andy to throw first. Game on.
He can take this into the Group B if required. And who knows, we've seen stranger things happen on day 3 at the MODUS Super Series.
43. 34.
So Ward not really able to, well, not able at all to pounce upon the poor start from Andy Bolton. And now he is going to make hay while the sun shines.
140.
Oh, does his tips was nailed on there. Oh dear. Oh dear, the 180 here.
180.
Uh-oh.
Just when I thought I was going to get one of my tips up there.
Excuse me?
Here comes Andy Bolton.
140.
Where the score and power has come back from the both players. Just a beautiful throws. Harry's got, that's the fundamentals of the game
93.
that you need. And then you work off that, because that's half the battle. And then it's about your practice, your preparation, your mindset, your consistency. Oh, that to be one of the elite players in the world.
60.
So many people are chasing their dreams. Well, this guy had a Pro Tour card, won a Players' Championship, and decided to hand it back. Look and get his work-life balance right.
140. Andy
Only time will tell
118.
if that will be the right decision for him, but he looks very, very happy and satisfied. So you look at treble 18.
94.
He hits that
Andy
to put some
O'Carr,
pressure on this 54 from Ward. So you look at the 14 bed. And 2 darts are tops. Double 10.
44.
Just either
Andy
side
O'Carr,
of the wire.
24.
Andy Bolton looks at this double 12. didn't look at the races totally in this match. But he has 2 darts more. That big barrel, has it gone too close?
12. Harry O'Carr 10.
So double 5 for Ward.
Game shot.
3-3 it is.
Leg. Harry Ward.
And this is a big leg now in the context of the group. If Andy Bolton wins this, he moves to within 4 points of Gary Stone, with him playing Robert Rickwood in the final match of the session. If Harry Ward wins this leg,
game on.
Gary Stone will have the chance
58.
to go 8 points clear at the top of the table overnight. That is an almost insurmountable position. Huge moments coming up. Huge
99.
leg. And a good start for Bolton. In this situation, tons, 99s, trebles are like gold dust.
This is where I want to see Harry Ward being aggressive.
100.
I want him to show some emotion. Let Andy Bolton, he wants this win. Nice guys don't always win anything.
58.
Now's your chance, Harry. You've got the darts. There's potential for in a 3-0-1 game. Because if you had your darts 9 times out of 10,
100.
you would win that. For Andy Bolton now, how about a nice maximum? How about a nice 180? Not this time.
140.
Second best though. And for Harry Ward, you've got to set up a finish from 2-4-3. Need to treble.
59.
Advantage Bolton.
140.
Been a bit of a slugfest this match. It's gone from one way to another. But all of a sudden now, it's in the hands of Andy Bolton. That treble does make it interesting for Ward.
123.
Fabulous setup
Andy
player.
O'Carr 64.
Who wants it the most?
Big moments coming up. Big treble. Double 8. One left in hand.
60.
And it's moved
Andy
inside.
O'Carr 61.
And so Harry Ward has his opportunity now. 25 for 36.
43. Andy O'Carr 4.
And you don't need a commentator to see how big H feels right now. There's the chance I fully expected that to go in as Andy Bolton looks at double 2. That's a wild one. All the way down to double 1.
Game shot and the match.
What a
Andy
dart
Bolton.
that is. To and fro, up and down, seesaw game. Match play dart at its finest. And it's Andy Bolton who just about gets over the winning line. The Big H, I wouldn't be too disappointed right now. We're just beginning to see evidence of what Harry Ward is all about. I just think he needs a bit of grit at the end. He needs to see out those games, execute them doubles when opportunity knocks. Andy Bolton, another excellent day, which has been dwarfed by the success of Gary Stone. But he must be happy at times with his A game, and he moves on for tomorrow. But it's all about the main man, Gary Stone. Can he go 10 games out of 10? He's up against the inconsistent Robert Rickwood, who has all the potential in the world to make Gary Stone think. What happens next in the final game of the day? Join us very, very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for one last time today. And will it be one more win for Gary Stone, the undefeated league leader? He's looking to make it the perfect 10 and move on to 20 points. And when you consider that the last two Group A winners, Leonard Gates and Jelle Klarsson, finished first after 3 days with 20 points, it rather puts that feat in perspective. Robert Rickwood, though, will relish the spoiler role. In fact, he played it well this time yesterday when he signed off Monday's matches with a 4-1 win over the pre-group favourite Andy Bolton. Can the Rock be the one to beat the Stone? It looks like a tough task on paper. I really should be ending this link with a scissors pun, but I decided to cut it out. Well, let's see if the Scotsman's sheer dominance continues or whether Rickwood can take the 2 points. Always sharp in commentary are Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't make that stick, Murph. But anyway, moving on. As you say, the Stone and the Rock, and they're both going to get put to the sword. We will finish it there. As we will finish today here at the Super Series. Reminder that we'll be back tomorrow morning, 9:30, the start time for us here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And I think we're looking probably more now the battle in terms of the race for Group B as opposed maybe to the race for top place in Group A. A win here for Gary Stone. 6 points. It's a league that can still be bridged, of course, but it would be very difficult for someone to depose of them.
First
and just
leg is Gary to
having a
throw
look
first.
at the fixtures
Game
for
on.
tomorrow. Gary Stone and Andy Bolton is the second game each other will play, so possibly by that point it could all be finished there.
We've got a game here.
Say.
Gary Stone has played 4-1-4 today against Robert Rickwood, who's played 4 and lost 4. If there's one thing I've learnt about the MODUS Super Series, don't write off the underdog.
60.
And as I write that, I look up and Gary Stone has pinged a 180 first 3 darts. It's a great feeling to be in this position right now.
40.
And you'll probably just want to get it over and done with, get to 22, 24 points as quickly as possible. Dare I say, just enjoy the final games tomorrow and then get himself a couple of days off, refreshed, and come back Saturday night
100.
and get the job done.
$97.
This week he's felt like an FDM, hasn't he? A real first dart merchant as Gary Stone. I said off air that just part of me thinks Robert Rickwood is just going to come to the party and just
100.
put a real performance in and surprise everyone here. But like I said, I've said it many times, Gary Stone's been asked many, many questions today.
98.
You don't see many wayward darts. We haven't seen many wayward darts from Gary Stone. As we alluded to in the previous matches, 140 hitting has been as proficient as anyone over the course of the day.
81. Gary O'Carr 86.
And he's left himself in these sorts of positions at this point in legs. And so over we go for double 16 and now double 8 to get it done in the space of
He's on
15.
the first leg.
And count
Gary
that as
Stone.
another 5-visit leg for Gary Stone. That's what he's been so good at, completing legs in 5 or 6 visits. And that is why he is the man at the top of the league table.
Second leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Just like the integrity and profession of this man there, he's just said to himself, I mean, he's played 4, lost 4. You would think Robert
97.
Rickwood just wants to get off that stage, get back to the hotel, but as you said there, come on, he's saying to himself, he's still fighting away. And that is something I love.
96.
And you just feel Gary Stone could throw 3 from 10 foot away right now at the beginning of that yellow carpet, and you reckon they would go in the treble 20. And darts can be a beautiful feeling, and he's had a lot of lows as Gary. I think this will be right up there as one of his best weeks. But the cherry on the cake, it means nothing if come Saturday he doesn't do the business.
You had a carpet which was almost stolen by Darren Johnson a couple of weeks ago.
That'll be for his dart room. He does like to practice.
In case you didn't see, there's probably a video somewhere on social media of Darren getting a little bit snug under the rug.
$101.
I thought he was a typical Yorkshireman and trying to steal the carpet.
Oh, no, no, no. Sometimes if you're too quick to the mark, you may accidentally trip over it and the carpet will come up.
Stone from 204. One treble.
60.
Not on this occasion. Gives Rickwood a chance from 226. Quite simply, keep it simple. Just think to yourself, 6 darts from here, but that first dart's going to make it difficult.
71.
And he's just spraying them about. As Henry
144.
alluded to, Gary's very straight. Whereas Robert just seems to be spraying them all over.
100.
It was a strange way.
Robert,
I think we're all looking at the
155.
16s bed there, but a 140 would have less double two. Gary feels like at this moment I can hit any double, so why not?
44.
Acapulco, 4 tops and now 10s.
34.
That moves inside, and so we're going to go at the 55. There's currently a 12-point disparity in the averages, but there may be no disparity in the legs column if Rickwood can take this out. Tops it is. Tops he
Being shot
gets.
on the second leg.
Snuck into the corner, and level we are at 1 apiece.
Yes, it did snuck into the corner, and he sort of the whole body went into that one. I wasn't sure where it was going to go. And Gary's son is itching to get started.
First. Game on.
As you can see, there's just a 10-second gap in between each leg.
58.
Choose to reset system. As you can see, we don't have any chalkers or markers or whatever you want to call them in this day and age on the stage. So everything gets inputted manually. We have a brilliant team
100.
of scalpers who put all the darts into the board, and well, not literally, the players do that, but they have a system where they click the
100.
where the dart has gone, and that creates a scoring system which helps the players in terms of a scoreboard, but also us in terms of stats and figures. Just a little bit of a behind-the-scenes look at the
81.
MODUS Super Series. Brilliant, Taylor, and Frankie, you do that
100.
job for us.
Yes, they make the job easy for us commentators doing that. And right now the players do appreciate everything that's going on with the MODUS Super Series, the
125.
opportunities that they're getting. And right now, Robert Rickwood is trying to grab that because he doesn't want to go into tomorrow. We played 5, lost 5.
140.
I guess the last person he wanted to see in the final game of the day is the top of the table man who's looked pretty invincible.
133.
Great thinking there by Rickwood, because even just the
103.
one single treble there would have left a 100 finish. So 84 for Stone. That's double 12. But just another incredible
Game shot on the
finish.
third
I mean,
leg.
everything
Gary
that
Stone.
is put to Gary Stone, Stone puts to the sword. Poor Robert Rickwood, he just looks sick as a parrot there, doesn't he?
Game on.
That's what it means to the man. He knows if he can just get 20 points under his belt, he will feel that, barring a catastrophe tomorrow.
81.
One that we've probably never even seen before here at the MODUS Super Series. It would be some implosion if he doesn't qualify right now, especially with darts like that.
180.
Perfect darts like that for Gary Stone.
And when he has that aggression, when he's talking to each dart individually, I don't think I've seen him miss the treble 20.
Just under 90.
There's the frustration
85.
from Rickwood because he knew that first dart was absolutely perfect. Gary Stone, there's that aggression again. Love it.
60.
Why, he says. Why? That's the expectations that he set himself now. It's a super dart from Rickwood.
180.
That does leave double 13. But it's a great sounding noise to put off your opponent.
59.
He dangled
Robert
in as
O'Connor,
well.
26.
He had to run to the board to retrieve them. And he'd be running to the board, having nailed double 13 for 13.
Oh, sensible. 4 double 11.
Any way to go.
He done that as if he meant it.
Game shot on the
Fantastic
fourth
dart on
leg.
Rickwood.
Robert Rickwood.
Great contest once again. Both averaging over 90. Super. How many times have we said that this week? Brilliant match play. Very, very
If Gary
enjoyable.
to throw first, game on.
Hope you've enjoyed the past 2 days as much as we as a commentary team in here. And we're back again tomorrow with Gary Stone looking to cement his place on Saturday night. He's looking pretty prolific right now.
Just looking at the averages for the day as Rickwood looks to pile in his second max of the match. A 140 will have to do. Having a look at the score sheets for the whole of the day, the averages in this one, we can show you on your screen now, 94.86 and a 93
82.
for Rickwood. In terms of the averages throughout the course of the day, only once have we dipped below 80. That's in 28 recorded averages. That is the standard we are playing at
57.
right now. If you divvied up these averages, divided it and collated it, it would be a type of tournament average that wouldn't look out of place in any professional arena. That is what these players are giving us this week, and what a treat it is here to be showcasing this to you courtesy of the MODUS Super Series. And I mind, if you are tuning in via
83.
YouTube, do give our Super Series channel a subscribe. On top of that, we've got bonus content. You can even watch that brilliant semi-final on Saturday night between Jack Main
85.
and Danny Lalby. We've got that week 2 final between Leonard Gates and Owen Bates. Plenty of bonus content and behind the scenes access as well on there. So why don't you give us a subscribe? And of course, back on Sporty Stuff TV tomorrow from 9:30 AM. But
100.
still plenty to enjoy and come in this game. Rickwood leaving himself 1-2-1 after 12.
89.
It's a semi-steal of the
Robert
stone
Yoka,
darts, although he leaves himself on
121.
80 now. But here's Rickwood with first poke. But not now, he's strayed into the treble one.
71. Garioka 80.
Single. Tops. Has to move across. Right side to aim at.
60. Robert Yoka
And the
50.
first 2 darts was a blocker. It came tumbling off the barrel of the second. And so Rickwood with the reprieve. But he's missed the big number. And so for him, it's going to be the solitary dart at double 16,
18.
which comes awry.
Garioka 20. Game shot on the
And
fifth
double
leg.
5
Gary
is found. And
Stone.
Gary Stone is 1 away from 10 out of 10. 20 points, the perfect way to go about your Group A business after 2 days of action.
Six leg Robert to throw first. Game on.
I maybe wouldn't book it, but maybe he'll be looking at the attractions around
77.
Portsmouth on Thursday and Friday, because if he wins this game, he is also almost there. You only have to win a couple of games tomorrow to make himself assured. And he plays Andy
85.
Bolton in his second game of the day. The fixtures for tomorrow as follows. Andy Bolton takes on Harry Ward in the first game of the session. The way Harry's played on Tuesday, that's going to be a tough assignment for the X Factor. Whilst for Gary Stone, not an easy game. Well, there's no such thing as an easy game in this group, but Lee Shewan, who again showed an elevated level on Tuesday at the Super Series, will be
99.
his first game for match 5. So I post this down. Will be Gary Stone against Andy Bolton. That feels like the effective shootout for Saturday night's final. And then we're going to have an intriguing battle in terms of who's going to
41.
finish second and third in claim Group B places. Reminder that joining us in Group B is Alan Tabb, Ryan Palmer, Scott Walters. And in Group C,
140.
Kevin Dowling, Mike Norton and Scott Taylor.
$100. $121.
Excellent visit to set up 56 after 12 for Gary Stone for the match.
58. Gariuka 56.
Tops.
Game
And
shot
Stone
and the match.
has
Gary
sunk
Stone.
the opposition again. 10 games played in Group A, 10 games won. He is on 20 points and has a 6-point buffer at the top of the table following 2 days play. Nice little show of respect between the pair at the end. I was getting very pally at the end there, wasn't it? 4-2 win for Gary Stone, a 91.09 average, 2 maximums to his name, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, high checkout of 103 as well. So he is going to be the man to beat on Wednesday at the Super Series. So let's round off the day by getting some final thoughts and analysis. Glenn Durrant has made his way up onto the balcony and he's having a chat with Chris Murphy.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, he certainly is going to be the man to beat, and nobody has managed it yet, Glenn. But Robert Rickwood did have moments there, didn't he?
He's just that type of player, Robert Rickwood. I put in my notes downstairs that this could be the, he might slip up there, because you asked me at the beginning of the whole production today, is he going to get 10 wins out of 10? And I was like, not a chance, because the quality of that group down there, it's got to be highly commended what Gary Stone's done the past 2 days. And a different Gary Stone today. I thought yesterday smashed everyone to bits with fluency and just high score and great finishing. And today he sort of won a couple of games ugly, and it was nice to see, because if Gary Stone has a couple of criticisms, sometimes he get a little bit hard on himself, a little bit disappointed in himself, and it's nice to see. Good player, great player.
Yeah, really good. He has made it a perfect 10. We'll see that reflected in the Group A table heading into the final day of action. Stone 6 points clear of Andy Bolton in second, and you would say that their meeting has kind of made it almost impossible for anyone to catch him now.
Yeah, I mean, I'd stake my, even as bad as my predictions are going to be, I'm quite confident that Gary Stone's going to win this group now. But I think there's very happy people downstairs. Just speaking to Lee Shewan, he's been really excited for the rest of the week, and I've just seen real positives for Harry Ward, for Adams and Rickwood. Must do better.
Let's have a quick chat about Harry Ward, actually, because he was quite slow in getting a win. It took him 4 matches to do so. Won his last game yesterday, and he's now picked up 8 points. Really good stuff.
And I'm really happy. And I've now got Matt Ward talking to me as well. So he's been chatting to say how happy he is that he's been getting, because he's a good lad, a great player, and you just feel he's beginning to start his journey again. And started at the MODUS Super Series, and who knows on Saturday night if he gets through. It could just be a big story for Harry Ward.
Yeah, Matt, Harry's manager, of course, and he'll be happy to see Harry getting better as the matches go on. All still to play for in terms of that race for Group B, but it really is 5 fighting for 2 spots now, isn't it? Second and third.
Yeah, I've just been speaking to Lee Shewan just to see if they understood the importance of Group B and C, and they clearly do down there. They realise that second and third place is vital. 1, because it's played on a night, and 2, obviously the 3 from 5 going through. So they're all aware that second and third place is just as important right now.
Yeah, so still plenty to play for in those terms tomorrow, and we're back on air from 9:30 a.m. But it does seem that top spot in Group A is pretty much set in stone. Bye for now.